right. Tap, 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 tap. The opening moves start coming in. And welcome everybody once again to Goa, India, where the local time is 3:15 p.m. But really the moves you're seeing were played 15 minutes ago. A little delay here to prevent any cheaterooskies. I am joined by the very early to rise Jesse Kraai.
Yes, sir. Welcome here.
And Jesse's here for what might be the biggest chess game of Sam Shanklin's career. And
Afternoon.
I think for many of these players, Jesse, they might be starting to feel like they're playing the biggest games of their careers. With one or two exceptions, but a lot of these
Yeah.
people
Oh, yeah.
might be there at this point. We have 16 players left in this tournament, and of those 16 players, there is only one who has ever played in the candidates tournament before. Right, Jesse? 1 out of 16?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? It's just Levon. Just
Yeah,
Levon.
just Levon, and here he is with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Um, Erigaisi, for his part, is the last player from the top 10 in the world left standing this tournament. The others have all been knocked out, or in the case of Magnus or Hikaru, weren't interested in this level of competition. Um, and yeah, I mean, one of these two is going to get knocked out today or tomorrow, and that's going to be huge because then we'll be without top 10 players or without any previous candidates with candidates experience. I've tried to make a little graphic now that shows everybody the scores in the tournament, so that's right below Jesse. You can see. I've got the players in terms of what color they're playing today, hopefully correct. So I've got like Svana playing white against Sindarov, Dubov playing white against Shanky, etc. with the score of their current match score, or AKA the score of their game yesterday. Right there, so you can see who's in what situation, who needs to win or not. You can see 7 draws yesterday. Things are getting tight. Did Shanklin play the Grunfeld? Wow.
Yeah.
Shanklin's been in love with the King's Indian, Jesse. Just absolutely in love with it. And here he goes back to the Grunfeld from
I think
long,
one
long ago.
way, something about Sam is for both against E4 and D4, right? He's able, where he's forced himself to be able to play a variety of different things. So
Hmm.
you never know.
Yeah.
Um, I want to say just out of the gate, I'm also following, how common this is. And we do have several games from this position. Bishop G4, also the most common move. To me, it looks like we could have an early day here. That's my guess. Just
Hmm.
just on the early, just on the feel of this thing, and also on Dubov's approach, because that has been his MO, is to say, "Hey, I'm just going to end it.
Hmm.
It's going to end it." Um,
Yeah, I was definitely thinking that he might not have any ambitions today, Dubov, since he hasn't recently with White had ambitions in this tournament. He's been leaning on the fact that he's a really top rapid player.
Well, let's get into this position. So this is a well-known thing. I didn't know about it, but it's a well-known thing in the database
Hmm.
where queen takes d4 is basically forced. That happens. Sam is playing all of his moves very quickly. That's his MO.
Yeah,
And bishop b2 is the main move here.
yeah. I briefly looked at knight takes g4 and knight takes c6, followed by queen a1. Didn't find either of those options plausible for White. I didn't see compensation for the rook or the exchange.
Hmm.
So it seems like it's got to be bishop b2. What's the next move there, Jesse? With the bishop
Well,
hanging and the
people could
queen
probably
here?
guess it's basically the queen's got to go to b4, b6. Almost everybody's played queen to b6.
And now if knight g4, you can take on b2.
Yeah, and I don't see how white gets an advantage here. I mean, we can now he's Dubov's thinking. No, he's thinking a little bit
Yeah,
before he's playing Bishop B2. I don't see anything else besides Bishop B2. But
yeah,
let me just, how about this? I'll just kind of go through the main moves as they happen.
yeah.
So after Queen B6, makes sense that the main try is Rook A B1, and then everyone and their mom then took on E5. So we have bishops of opposite color, and now black can play Queen A6 or Queen A5. And just to my eyes, it feels like white does not have anything. I don't think black has the advantage or anything for the pawn, but it doesn't feel to me like we're going to get anything as white because black can always play F6. Now, maybe there's some kind of finesse after either Queen A6 or Queen A5, but it just feels like this is nada
Hmm.
for white.
Rook AV1 played, and Jesse, I want to say we've got less games than on any other day, right? As happens in this tournament. Well, other than
Uh-huh.
yesterday, right? But
Yeah.
since I missed yesterday, this is the least games that have ever been going for me while watching the tournament. And despite that, the sound of clicking in my ears is really quite a storm. Like I'm hearing them making moves on all the boards, and I feel like the players are blitzing out their openings more than any other day today.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps. Um, so Queen A5 played, and now the natural Bishop C3 is almost universally played.
Man, I mean,
So really,
Shanky.
we went down a very forcing line here.
Mm-hmm. Shanky may have gotten a bit older, but his memory of his openings is still pretty darn good because Dubov's playing a very random line here against the Grunfeld, and Sam hasn't blinked for 17 moves.
Yeah.
Even deciding between Queen A6 and Queen A5 in seconds.
Queen A6 was the more popular of the two. I don't know if that means anything, but now let's just say about this position that if players uh, assume to themselves, they say so that they create a story in their heads like, oh, this is a draw,
Mm-hmm.
then it almost invariably becomes a draw. That's the dumb thing I have to say today.
If both, you mean
But
if both players think that?
if both players think that, it's
Yeah.
just inevitable. Like a lot of times it happens in these kinds of things. It'd be like, well, all right, now we're just going to steer it to a draw. But if you just imagine a human playing against a computer, the computer's going to crack you every single time. He's going to crack you anyways. He's going to crack you anyways. But
Yeah.
uh, it's got to be said that, like, let's say a Magnus of 10 years ago, with either color, he's going to work you here, right? I think he's just going to keep playing. And I'm just trying to say, even though it's a bishops of opposite color position, I think there's a lot going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel white probably has compensation for the pawn, but not more than that. Not more than just that compensation.
Personally, I don't even see the compensation. So I would rather be black.
Okay.
That's just me, but
Okay. Queen B2 was played. Oh, excuse me. Bishop C3.
mm-hmm.
Queen C5. Also main move. Queen B2 also main move. So it's quite. I'm gonna guess that Dubov as well has seen exactly this variation. All right. If I was gonna try to describe compensation here, it's a big deal that white owns the B file. It's significant that the bishop on G4, well, for one, owes us a tempo. Um, and because the pawn on c6 is mostly meaningless going forward, the
Hmm.
what's most important is just the question, can either side get an initiative? And it's clear that black is not going to get initiative anytime soon. So in these positions, opposite color bishops, initiative, everything, and I don't, black is not going to get that initiative. Now, the good news for black is it's not so easy for black to do anything. Now, let's just stress the obvious. Bishop b4 seems like a reasonable threat.
Hmm.
If we win the pawn on e7, that's an example of a position where we would have not just a pawn, but an initiative on the dark squares. If we
Hmm.
lose the pawn on e7 or make that guy move, then the dark squares around black's king might actually be a meaningful thing.
Yeah, I guess I didn't properly see the threat of bishop b4 coming at the speed we were going.
Yeah.
Um, Shanklin played a5 again faster than I could see it.
Yeah.
I was thinking I might play a move like bishop e6 in that position, and part of my thinking was that against a move like rook f to c1, which is what happens in the game after a5, by the way. Um,
Hmm.
but against a move like rook f c1, I was preparing to play queen b5 at some point, right, to pop out of the way of that
Yeah.
and keep my extra pawn by attacking a2. Um, Now, bishop e6, bishop b4, queen b5, bishop e7, queen b2, rook b2, rook f b8. I don't know how dead black is, but um, you know, we do seem to lose our extra pawn.
It's pleasant for black, for white, for
Yeah,
white. We get the bishop f6 and all kinds of stuff.
yeah. If black could play like f6, king f7, then we might start talking about, oh, it's an opposite colored bishop endgame. But for the moment, black still has a job to do to get the king out of that box. So Sam plays a5,
Hmm.
stopping bishop b4. Rook fc1 comes in and queen d6. He did think a minute on queen d6, so move
Well,
19. Sam's
let's
kind of at the
talk
edge of
briefly.
what he
So,
knows, maybe.
uh, Blue Baum in a title Tuesday played Bishop D4 and won a nice game against Mekhitaryan. I might show you that game at some point, even though it's a
Mm-hmm.
blitz game.
Yeah.
But let's go back and we're looking at Rook FC1, which is the second move. So 10 games we have with Rook FC1, and then 10 games with Queen D6.
Okay, so that's a
And
100%
several
move.
players here have played Bishop. Several players here have played Bishop E5,
Part of this
and one chump played H3.
part of this degree of opening prep, Jesse, is like I feel like I might, once I knew bishop b2, queen b6, somewhere around here, I would stop studying the opening, much less remembering it later. I would say,
Right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would say to myself like, well, and then then there's a game, right? I'm going to trade the knight on e5 and play an opposite colored bishop position. You know, just yeah. So to have another 5 moves in the bank in this position is very thorough.
Well, okay. So I think one thing about Duboff here with this variation is he is basically at zero risk, and this is exactly kind of what his jam is. And it wouldn't surprise me, right? If like it's remember what I said about people thinking it's a draw?
Mm-hmm.
Like he wants a draw, or he doesn't mind a draw, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So he's fine with this position just completely petering out.
Okay.
Um,
Let me suggest you a position that might qualify as petering out, and you tell me if
yeah.
you would disagree. In this position, white could maybe play bishop e5, and one of the reasons I think of this move is that if black were left to their own devices, they could play rook b8 next,
Mm-hmm.
which takes the b file from white, or reduces its impact dramatically. So
Right.
you could look at a move like bishop e5, stopping rook b8, and that might be one of the reasons for queen d6. Now let's say I play queen b4, attacking the pawn and the queen, and white
Uh-huh.
trades and trades and takes and takes.
Hmm.
Would you agree that that position is kind of petering out?
Oh yeah, that's
Like maybe
done.
f3, bishop e6, rook b4?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Bishop e5 played. Of course, after queen b4, white can play a move like queen c2 or so forth. I don't even know that Sam will play queen b4, but
So most people here have played Queen D7. And I wasn't looking at Queen before, David, but I suspect that Queen D4 is just fully playable. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
after queen c2 though, we have to keep trucking.
Yeah. Queen D7 just makes a lot of sense. I bet Sam will play it very quickly.
Yeah.
Um, Queen E6, by the way, is a blunder because of H3 G4. Um, so as long as he doesn't do that, I think he's well in the
How
running.
heavy a blunder would that be? Bishop takes g4,
A huge blunder because I have Bishop G3 at the end.
and then queen e4.
No, it's no, you can't play chess that way.
Doesn't matter how many pawns.
For one, he could pick one back with Rook E1 right away.
Fair enough. Also, once your bishop's on h5, I suppose white could wait for the perfect time to play g4 because you're not really coming back.
Queen D7 played instantly.
Wow.
And I do have let's see, I got a game here that's been played in this position for a strong jam game with Draken against Antipov in 2023. Let's just maybe cruise through it a little bit. Amazingly, well, not amazingly, it went Rook D1, Queen Ace, or excuse me, H3, Bishop E6.
And you said then queen a7?
Queen A7, yeah. And then White played the unambitious A3.
Okay.
We were looking at that pawn. By the way, if I was black here, I would feel very comfortable that I'm not dead. I don't know if I'd be like I got something, but I'd be like I'm not dead here.
Yeah.
Rook FD8, Queen C3,
I
takes
mean,
on D.
black's dream of winning at the moment would be this extra c pawn, which doesn't really look like a winner.
Yeah,
so, so I should try not to get too excited, but I agree with you that it doesn't seem like we're dead.
yeah. Queen B6, Rook C1, Rook C8,
Wait, did
Bishop.
black trade once on d1?
Yeah, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. Then queen b6, rook c1,
Hmm.
rook c8.
Bishop D4, Queen D8, Bishop C5.
Mm-hmm.
And there's our F6. I think in general, I just want to point out that that move F6 is Black's dream long term, like the setup.
Yeah.
Rook E1, King F7, E5. Now, E5 I think is kind of frisky
Mm-hmm.
because you're giving away the in general, I don't think you want to move that pawn over there.
Right. Why wasn't white playing rook to b7 there?
I'm assuming Rook
Oh,
C7.
I see why. Rook c7, and if bishop b6, queen d1 check.
Right. So here on
Otherwise,
E5,
rook b7 would be cranking you. So
yeah,
if I were white, I would consider something like king h2 versus e5 would be another candidate at that point.
possible. Yeah, possible. Though then I have Queen C7, right? So here's an example where Black just now liquidates, giving him back the pawn. He plays Rook B8, snip,
Well,
snop.
did he not play after
No, he
e5? He
didn't play
didn't
F5. He didn't play F5.
didn't play f5. Okay.
I'm assuming he was concerned with Queen E3 followed by Queen H6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so EF, Queen A5, check on B1, King H2, check on B8. And he repeated once, and then he played G3, and they petered and pattered for several more moves here. Then they agreed to a draw. But White did try. He kept
Hmm.
trying here.
Yeah.
Like G3, Bishop D5.
Hmm.
And what's got to be said, like I think White's the one kind of sort of pressing in this final position. But it's,
Well, that bishop on d5 looks very good now.
it is very good. Yeah.
Um, I mean, it still looks absolutely a okay to me. Um, I'd probably still rather be black.
Well, he's going to play A4 now,
Uh-huh. Queen
and
b1.
then Queen B1, you aren't you getting
Then you have mate.
horrendous? Something's happening to you. Something's happening to you if you play Queen E1. Yeah, don't do that, buddy.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't worth playing on for.
In any case, that's an example of the kind of position I think we could be looking at here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so after a4, maybe a good move for black g5, providing shelter on the light squares for the king. Should be fine. Should be fine. In the game, we have a different move. Jesse, bishop f4
Hmm.
from Daniil. That's a little bit new, maybe.
Let's see. So go back up here and Bishop F4.
I watched an
All
interview of
right.
Daniil's as part
Mm-hmm.
of my preparation for this Shanklin match.
Yeah.
And in that interview, I think he was trying to lay it on heavy, Like he said that he only spent 10 minutes preparing for his entire match against Prague,
Yeah.
which is just like, oh, come on. You're just like flexing for memes or trolling or whatever, ridiculous claim.
Yeah.
Nobody's believing that for a second. Um, and the interviewer asked him, are you at all leaning on the fact that you're very good at rapid and like, you're happy to send the matches into tie breaks? And he said, absolutely.
Yeah.
He said, absolutely, I'm happy to send basically any match into tie breaks.
But one thing about that interview, which actually I didn't see, but I had heavily reported on through the chat yesterday that I
Yeah.
thought was interesting, was apparently, and you've seen it, so you can comment how you felt about it, but he was talking, the way the person in the chat described it was, oh yeah, these Indian kids working like 10 hours a day, and here I am, I don't do nothing, and I beat them anyway, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And that was an interesting comment, I thought, because like I was thinking about it. It's like there's no Russians anymore in the top 20. Oh my God, no Russians in the top 20.
Hmm.
And it used to be the case when you think about those Soviet GMs, a lot of those guys were studying 10 hours a day, right? But then Russian chess, like there's a lot of talent there, but it doesn't have the discipline. I don't think Dubov, for example, he's not studying 20 hours a day, 10 hours a day.
Hmm.
And so I feel like they've got to feel like this resentment and pain about, these
Hmm.
kids
Maybe so. Yeah.
crushing them. And the other thing about that I thought was interesting is like these people who are a bunch of these randos are going to qualify now for the World Championship candidates tournament. In a lot of ways, Dubov is not a rando, but in a lot of ways, if you're under 2,700, you're a rando. You're a rando, buddy. I'm sorry. And so, an under 2,700 player in a two-game match with then some rapids, they have a chance. They have a statistical chance against somebody like Prague. You set up a tournament like this, and then actually, it's not surprising we get what we get. where the top players are going out because you play a two-game match, anything could happen.
Yeah.
Anything, right? So it's exciting for the fans. I'm enjoying watching this thing,
Yeah.
but I think it's bullshit for the world for the tournament itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And after round 4, so before the latest before the latest exits, right? One round to go. I looked at this I looked at a thing on chess.com about the standings, and 5 of the top 10 seeds were alive and 5 of them were out,
Hmm.
which seemed like a lot of upsets, right? But then
Oh
they
yeah,
showed that in the previous World Cup in 2023, after round 4, 5 of the top 10 seeds were out. So
right.
basically what you're saying is there these two-game matches plus, rapid and blitz in the event of a 1-1 tie, which is pretty likely. So it's just normal to have this many people knocked out after a couple rounds. It feels like a lot of upsets, but this is the level at which the dice are being rolled.
Mhm.
This is just normal for this event. And if you keep running this event every year, you're going to get randos in the candidates every year, basically.
Hmm. And here's another bizarre fact. The two that are left that I would consider not randos are Wei Yi and Arjun. Now,
Right.
when you look at their rating gain for this tournament, you'd think, oh, if you reach this round, you're doing really great.
Mm-hmm.
No, Wei Yi and Arjun have not gained any significant points through this run. Because why? Because they've played a bunch of two-game matches, and some of those were equal, and then they had to win on tie breaks, and the tie breaks don't even count for rating. So if you draw to
Mm.
some rando in the normal set of the matches, you lose rating points.
Okay, so Wei Yi is up zero point 0.1 rating points, 1/10
Yeah.
of a rating point. Arjun is up 2.4 rating points, and that's partly because dude like 2-0'd somebody because he doesn't care about, making a draw to seal a two-game match. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Arjun had to be warrioring to be up 2 rating points. So, yeah, it's nothing special for them to even make it this far. But a lot of pitfalls along the way where they might not have made it. And arguably the third person left in this tournament who's not a rando Jesse, Levon Aronian, Arjun's opponent. Just because, like, when you've had that 2,800 level of class, um, this is like a year where people wonder about, one more run for the world championships.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I'll bring us back to Daniil and Sam. Um, we're likely to get some new candidates for sure. Um, and Jesse, obviously, you're rooting for Sam. You've made that very
Hmm.
clear.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else left in this tournament who you'd be rooting for those
Oh yeah.
3 candidate spots? Like, what are your dream 3 candidates at this stage?
Well, okay, this is a little slightly different question.
Oh, sorry.
So, in terms of
You can
rooting
answer
for
either
somebody,
question. Sorry.
I'm really into Yospem, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And like basically it's very simple if I'm left to stream alone, I'm gonna do Sam's game, and if that's done, I do Yospem's game, and if that's done, I look at Sevian's game in that order. Now,
Okay.
uh, and if those are done, I'm not interested. I don't care about Donchenko's fauna or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give me a break, dude. I don't care. I check in on Arjun. I think that's interesting and yada yada. I think we're gonna follow some of his games later, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, uh, on the other hand, like for the sake of the tournament, for the sake of this amazing candidates tournament, I don't really think that um, like I love Sam, but I don't think he belongs there.
Yeah.
I don't think Yospem belongs there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So there's different things going on as a fan, right? There's a fan of the tournament, and then there's just fans of like people's careers. Like this would be
Yeah.
amazing for Sam if he could put something together here.
Yeah.
I want to ask a question, David.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is a point to Bishop F4, but I'm wondering if you could help me understand what Bishop F4 is about.
I mean, there was a one move threat to go to h6, which in general, I think Sam wants to answer with any rook move. It seems like you want to play f6, but not necessarily too soon.
Okay.
You don't necessarily want to rush f6 because then white can engage you with e5 um, and try to poke at things. So Sam went for the file. And in terms of what was the planned follow up in case of rook fd8, what's the point of bishop f4 if black avoids bishop h6? That I don't know as well. Um,
So Dubov played h3.
mhm,
We're assuming bishop e6 now.
yeah.
Um, One thing I want to say that was kind of interesting to me yesterday, David, was it was a very spicy game, and um, to
Yeah.
me, it felt like it was going in different directions. Like there was, chances for both sides. It was felt kind of yo-yo-y, just on a subjective point of view. But
Mm-hmm.
then after it was done, we turned on the computer and there were inaccuracies made, but it was on the whole remarkably well played.
Mm-hmm.
Like by both sides, like remarkably
Yeah.
well played. And it was characterized, if anything, by Sam being willing to take, let's call them gambles, even though there was never like a losing move. He definitely gambled several times. And then Dubov at several times played weenie moves,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it wasn't, and again, it was like when you look at the from the engine's perspective, like the weenie move wasn't the top move, but maybe it was like third on the list. So it wasn't like a crushing blunder, right? But it was
Right.
just a weenie move where he's trying to bail out.
I played through the game yesterday, but obviously I didn't spend, the 5 or 6 hours of live time on it, so you don't feel the impact of the game without the weight of all that time. But clicking through the moves, I thought Sam played incredibly aggressively.
Oh yeah,
Like
that's what I
my
just said.
my surface sense was that he played nigh insanely. He played so
Hmm.
aggressively.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It was a very interesting game. Um, any case, I brought that up because this too, well, we're just kind of out of the opening here. And Dubov's playing quickly, but I don't think this is any kind of prep here. He's just a position that he feels like he understands. Like I don't understand Bishop F4 yet. Now, one thing to say about Bishop F4 is even though it looks like an inaccuracy to me, it's very hard for White to actually lose his compensation, right? It's very hard for him to lose the compensation because the C pawn with his bishops of opposite color situation, it ain't going nowhere. That C pawn ain't going cock.
Mm-hmm.
And Queen A3, I think if you just, I don't understand Bishop F4 yet, but Queen A3 is um, just a simple and nice move where I put pressure on the A pawn, I look at the C pawn, I look at the E pawn, and I don't think White's even threatening anything here. Okay, one idea, Mr. Pruess, I know this is a little bit slightly highfalutin with Bishop F4, is to say, um, I know you want to play F6 someday anyway, and so with Bishop F4, I'm just getting out of the way of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to get out of the way.
Yeah. And he's saying, preventing rook b8 is one of my main missions. So that's the job
Mhm.
of the bishop. Maybe if white got to keep playing here, they would play moves like rook b6 with the idea of pressuring this pawn and getting it back, or playing rook cb1, rook b7,
Yeah.
going after e7.
Hmm.
So maybe after queen a3, which keeps an eye on two of Shanky's pawns, rook b6 could be the next move.
Yeah. Still very hard to see what white's actually threatening. And if I was just playing blitz for Sam, I would be my first instinct is just to play f6.
Hmm.
Like if I was just to not calculate
Yeah.
what's going on in the position.
There's a risky, heavy calculation on option in queen d3. Um, when you would expect queen takes e7, queen takes e4, and your dark squares are dead, but you've moved the game along in a certain direction.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also, you're opening up the board for your light squared bishop as well when you get rid of white's e4 pawn.
Yeah. I think it's so okay. So one of the things about this position is he clearly chose something that's safe and you could bemoan opening prep or something. But when you just look at it, it's like, well, it's still very much a game where I feel you can't complain too much. It's like a roughly equal position and mistakes can be made. And maybe it'll be a draw, but that's the case with any chess game. Right? So um, I don't, as a fan, I don't mind it all that much. It doesn't feel like, oh, we're just going to have a draw now kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
We might, we might anyway, because Dubov is probably going to liquidate with a Dausch machine of the first chance he gets.
Well, okay. Let me look at my queen d3 move for a second.
Okay.
Most
Which is
forcing
very
move.
dangerous, David. Queen d3 is a very dangerous move.
Agreed.
Yeah. So queen e7.
Right. And then queen e4, tapping the bishop, leaving white with only a couple candidate moves.
No, I just want to say I really object
Mm-hmm.
to losing the e7 pawn. I feel like actually now,
Mm-hmm.
if I move the bishop almost anywhere, I'm going to be better. Bishop
Okay.
h6, bishop g5,
So
and I think,
at first, Jesse, I didn't like this either.
hmm
But then I was just, doing my due diligence of like, there's a super obvious concrete move. Let me just look one or two moves ahead.
okay, let's just play bishop h6. Let's see your idea.
And on bishop h6, I saw the move bishop to d5, offering a queen trade while threatening mate.
Okay, yeah, good.
And I thought, yes, the bishop on h6 is still annoying to me, but if you trade queens, I don't think I'm losing this endgame. Up a pawn, I'm sort of low on targets left for white.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay, yeah, queen d3 then. That's a thought.
and then another line I had was queen f6 after queen e4, and then I have the move queen f5.
hmm You could also play bishop d5 first,
I
force
could,
f3, and then and do that kind of thing.
and then do like queen e6 or queen f5 or something. Yeah, but
Okay, wait, David, though. Here's I still don't like it. So like let's say
mhm.
I play queen g5 instead of on move 25.
Okay, queen g5. Yeah. Okay, so now you're not threatening as much immediately. What are you
I
thinking
just
of doing?
I'm just gonna if you play bishop d5, I'm just gonna play f3. I'm saying as long as you don't trade or liquidate everything, I will have a dangerous initiative against
Hmm.
the dark squares.
Okay, my instinct is rook d5.
Oh, you really don't play, do you? All right, I'll play queen g3.
Hmm. Okay, I feel like if I play rook d3, you'll play f3 and not
I'm
really
always
care.
gonna at f3. I want to play anyway.
So I'm gonna play rook a to d8, which was sort of my intention, just to activate all my guys.
Okay, I'll play rook e1.
Queen f5. Yeah, of course you don't have to agree, but I feel like although there is some risk, it doesn't look like insane risk, actually. It looks like black's pieces are engaged.
Oh, I would say this is exactly the thing we don't want to see
Okay.
because now, like, I don't know, King H2 or something, you've created a situation that maybe if you want to tell me you're still fine, I'm okay with that. But
Hmm.
you've really created a necessary risk after this. Whereas in the game position, even if it's just White's move, I don't really see risk or too much risk anyway.
Hmm.
Okay, we got to move. I played your move, buddy. You're a GM today.
Hmm. Yep.
You're a GM today, bud. Okay. Okay.
There was a question in chat whether Dubov would feel himself to be an underdog against anybody who's left in the Rapid. Like, is there anyone in Rapid where Dubov's going to be an underdog? And I think
Oh,
the
yeah.
only two players where arguably he'd be an underdog in Rapid would be Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. And I think against each of them, he's an underdog in Classical. So that wouldn't be a reason for him not to try and take those matches to Rapid. So, me personally, looking over the remaining, you know, 16 players, I don't see any player where Dubov would really feel like he has to change his strategy. You too, Baymon. You too, yes. Enjoy the feeling. Enjoy the feeling. Um, our Super GM developer, Jack, yesterday explained to me that the Dojo drinking game
Yeah.
is to watch one of these live commentaries for 5 or 6 hours and take a drink every time Jesse says, "I'm a GM today."
That would be that's a lot of drinking.
That's brutal. That's like Soviet level games.
Okay, I want to respond to a comment. Skevik says, but yesterday he said Bluebaum doesn't belong there. And he wants to argue since he got second in the Grand Swiss, he necessarily belongs with the candidates. And I'm going to argue vigorously against that. So Abbasov had a great event at this World Cup. Oh, man, he did amazing. He did amazing. And it was very clear, very soon, even before the event started, that he did not belong there. So that is exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. So if you're let's say like he was about let's say 2660, 2650 strength, and you go into this event, the candidates unless you somehow really up your game, and it's very difficult to up your game by 50 points or 100 was what you'd really need. You're going to get body slammed. And that's exactly what happened.
But can I make a distinction between
Yeah.
the Grand Swiss and the World Cup?
Uh-huh.
The Grand Swiss, Blue Bomb had to face like 6 or 7 top 10 players in classical chess
Uh-huh.
without losing a single game against them in classical chess. He beat Prague. He beat Arjun in classical chess.
Yeah.
He got his rating to close to 2690.
Yeah.
Um, it's very different than this World Cup thing. Because look at Dubov, for example, who's 2 matches away from a World Cup from a candidate spot.
Mm-hmm.
Dubov currently has won 0 classical time control games in this tournament, Jesse. He's lost. He's lost to. He's a rando, so to speak, on classical rating. He's lost
Yeah.
rating points,
Uh-huh.
drawing people lower rated than him for 6 rounds, and then beating them in rapid chess. And it could be the same thing here with Sam today, right? So this is a whole different level of rando slash not proving that you belong in the World Championship candidates tournament.
Well, okay. I totally think that the Duboff method as a fan watching it is really sad and dumb. I understand it from a practical perspective. But he did take down Prague, dude. I mean, and if he's gonna actually make it, he's gonna take down several people. Now, you could say, well, that's not a win in a classical game, but that's also the format of this tournament. Like
Yeah,
he had to tie Prague in a match.
yeah,
That's a big deal. And then he had to do a bunch of these rando blitz games. Also, he's going to have to play a significant amount. I'm not defending this tournament. I'm just saying though it's so difficult to do this, and he's going to play more games than Bluebaum had to play, significantly more games,
Hmm.
right? So like if you what is it, 8, 9 rounds? That's already like 16 games, bro. Oh, dang.
It is epic. It is, you know, we feel it because we're commentating for all these days, and my health was falling apart before the end of the tournament, so the
Yeah.
players, they could be pushed to the limits too. So it is an epic event, but also epically random and not all classical chess, and the qualification for the classical world championship has to go through classical chess games. They can't be having blitz tiebreakers.
Yeah. And, just, well, I was about to say that, well, I still stand by it that this is very strong chances, like 90% chance that this position is going to turn into a draw. And there's a variety of ways that dude can liquidate it right now. If
Yeah.
he if he wants to end it, just take on D3, take on C6, take on A2, rook A1. Oh yeah, it's already gone.
Let's say he has no ambitions for that other position
Hmm.
and is as risk averse as possible. He could go for this position here.
I guess there you're just down a pawn. Play bishop B3. Play
Yeah,
bishop
actually, it looks like the
B3.
pawn might make it pretty far
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, that one we don't want actually. Don't
I
do
think there's
that.
still some risk if we can't win the A pawn immediately.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Queen takes queen. Which says that Dubov doesn't have a ton of options here, right? Because his E pawn is attacked, queen is attacked. What about queen d3, rook d3, maybe a4?
Okay, but here we're just having a little fun because we're like wondering, like, could he just liquidate it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Queen E7 he could still, there's so many ways to liquidate after Queen E7 as well,
Yeah,
because Black really wants to trade the queens in all those positions.
right. Like when I played bishop h6, bishop d5 there, you get another opportunity to trade queens. Does that one look any better? A little bit better because with your bishop locked in on h6, Black's got to be pretty careful in that endgame.
Yeah, and in general, with the queens or the not queens, White's king is always better because he has the option of playing F3 to block the bishop out,
Yeah.
and Black doesn't.
Yeah, here the current extra pawn for black is not very scary since c5 is well under white's control. And because of the back rank mates, as white, you could almost just wait for the rook trades to come to you. And if all rook trades happen, then of course the opposite colored bishop endings are drawn. So black has to get the king out of the back rank without trading all the rooks if they want to pose some problems for white.
Now, Mr. Pruess, let me try to defend my original intuition here for a second. So,
Mm-hmm.
I originally said that Queen D3 was poor, and you kind of convinced me like he's not going to lose immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Sam played it, I have to admit, I was like, okay, I guess I believe you, Sam. I guess I believe you. You can play chess this way. Let me try again. So, Queen E7, let's do this. Queen E4. And I have a feeling this is the position that Dubov's looking at. He's like, well, how can I waste this dude? So I just want to see or get some kind of pressure.
Right.
So bishop
And he's
h6,
thinking either how can I waste this dude or how can I Tausch machine of this dude.
something like that. Yeah.
There's no longer a list of key players eliminated, Blowhot. That's why Keimer's name is not there. If you look, these are all the players still playing. The bracket is now small enough we can fit all their names into our little graphic. All right, so Jesse, queen takes e4.
Actually, I want to say that Sindarov, because he's young and exploding, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure I would call him a rando. I can believe in that guy.
Okay.
I can believe
Good.
in that guy maybe being able to achieve a very high 2700 level by the time the candidates comes around.
Mm-hmm. possible. I mean, yeah, I mean Sindarov, Lei Kwang Liam, they're not completely randos, but they would be a step below what you would usually expect for a candidate.
Okay, I'm staring at this thing, David, and I am not really seeing much here.
Not finding the juice.
Let me try Bishop G5.
Okay. Attacking my rook, huh?
I don't know. You have a lot of different moves. Even Bishop D5 still, because when I take on D8, you take on B1.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm gonna play rook e8 for you. I've got my eyes on a prize here, Jesse.
He's got his eye. All right, Queen C7.
Queen c7. I don't yet know what you're up to, and I'm not going to think about it too hard. I will take on a2.
Okay, we got to move. Queen E7, Queen E4, actually, so we can continue our present conversation.
Yeah.
And then take on A2. Mr. Pruess loves the Pawnskis. Yeah, I don't have anything.
I would say, Jackson, a rando is somebody under 2,700, and the players between 2,700 and 2,740, let's say, would be outliers, probably a step below who you'd expect as candidates, but good enough that they're not gonna ruin the tournament in some way.
The other thing, actually, one of the things that just in terms of math that was, it hit me when we had the Nepo Carlson match was Nepo was like 80 points below. And, you imagine like for one game, 80 points below, you have a chance. But you run the math on what happens when somebody 80 points below tries to do it to you. It's really bad. It's
Right.
really bad chances,
Like if
you know.
like if players with that kind of a rating difference were playing in the World Cup, a 1-1 two-game match would still be the most likely score. So the
Right.
underdog wouldn't be a huge underdog, right? Because the most likely score would be 1-1, and there'd be a chance that either player scores 1.5, and then a chance that
Hmm.
you get some rapid tie breaks and so on. But when you're playing, a 10 plus game match, the odds of the lower rated player winning in classical for Nepo against Magnus, I mean, it was like below 10%. It really just disappears.
Yeah. And I want to say the person who's not going to be there, which at this point is really a problem, is Keimer. Keimer's at fourth in the world. And yeah, he got taken out. And dude, that guy should definitely be in the tournament.
And he got taken out not in classical chess, right? He did
Right.
not lose a classical game, did not lose a classical match. You got anything more to defend Dumov's honor? He's played bishop h6.
Okay. So Bishop D5 looks like a pretty solid Tausch machine from Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a previous line here. I was saying this might be White's choice to go bishop d5, queen e4, bishop e4, rook b7 as a position where the back rank would force black to bring the rook trades to white to hold the
Mm.
game. Um, that said, I don't know if white has a threat to really force black's hand too quickly, and I might play a4 for black in that position now that I think about it. I think last time I was just looking at, rook a b8 or something lame. But if you play a4 for black there, you could keep playing a little bit.
No, White's the one who can keep playing, buddy. I still would rather be White in this position.
In
I
this
don't think.
in this endgame down a pawn,
Yeah. because your king is pinned down and stuff. I'm not saying I have the advantage, but I'm not going to lose. I'm
Okay,
fully
but I'm
comfortable
saying that
here.
I do have the advantage. So that means I'm the one playing on.
Okay. Now, by the way, we could see that with Sam, and I like his attitude from yesterday. He was like, he got the draw offered to him, and it was he could have taken it. Wouldn't have been the dumbest thing, but he kept
Mhm.
going.
Now, if
So,
Sam
yeah.
tried to be even more aggressive than bishop d5, does he have any way to keep going and not trade queens?
Well, it's got to be said, Queen F6 is not actually a death threat because of Queen D4.
Mm-hmm.
But that said, I don't know how you improve the position.
Right. Other than this. Yeah.
Okay, well let's do a little fandango. You're saying that black is the one pushing, and I'm like unimpressed. But let's go Bishop D5. Queen E4 is forced. Well, actually, hold on just a half a second. On Bishop D5, I could also play Queen G5.
Yep. Queen g5 is a legal move. Now, I might calculate f6 there just for the hell of it. Just looking at my forcing moves.
Now, I think F6 is move you want to do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Queen G3,
Queen g3.
and then maybe Rook D7 for black, right? It's a little scary. You got to worry about Rook B8 and stuff.
Yeah. How about I play g5 instead?
Dang, Pruess don't play, man. It's just like I'm a very angry man.
Mm-hmm.
G5? Okay. Rook B7.
Yeah.
Pruess is insane.
Insane in the membrane. I mean, white also has like f4 and h4, so I can't ever win with this approach.
No.
I think g5 was too soon. I'm going to back
No,
it up.
dude, don't do G5.
Back it up. But Falk, I would tell you the reason it's not a dead draw is because black is up a pawn. I agree with you that the bishop on d5 can defend everything and white can't do anything. White's just begging for a draw in the end game. Is f6 too soon? Is f6 too soon? Well,
Oh, I
f6 is pretty
definitely
desirable.
want to say too, it's like me and David have completely different thoughts on this. I think we both think it's going to be a draw, but he's thinking that if anyone has chances, it's black, and I'm like, no, buddy. If anyone has chances, it's actually white because little accidents can happen easily here. Now, I do want to say, I think we're going to see this. Well, we do have Queen E. We
Of
have
course, Jesse.
Lord.
If you play queen g5, I should grab your pawn on a2 if I want to win this baby.
Dang, you're a very angry man. Oh, you're pushing your luck though, buddy. Okay, Rook E1.
Hell yeah, I'm pushing the luck. What do
Rook
you play?
E1. Rook E1.
Rook e1. Leaving your dogs hanging.
My
Dang.
dogs are gonna bark pretty soon, buddy.
All right. I
Oh,
will
maybe you have, excuse me. Maybe you have Queen F5. I'll
I will
take
play
Rook.
queen f5 in terror.
Okay. Okay. So this man is not scared. Okay, Bishop D5. Queen E4 played. He's gonna liquidate. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
E4. So, by the way, Queen G5 was just an attempt that we mentioned. Like, could he play something else?
Right. And Jesse would say it was risky for black. I would say risky for both sides.
Again, I think this is basically equal, but if I'll still stand by saying that if anyone's playing for something here, it's white.
Mm-hmm. And I'll say you should listen to the lyrics of the song Stand By Your Sam. And you should believe in black's position here. And I think Shanky could maybe play a4 now.
Stand by your Sam. All right, Rook B7. If A4, I'm assuming A3.
Yeah.
But
So far, I've predicted every move, right? I mean, Rook B7 was my move for Dubov as well here, like
I'm
six
very
moves ago.
impressed you predicted Queen D3 because I felt nervous about that.
So I think a4. I agree with you that a3 would be almost forced for white because I'm threatening a3, bishop d5, and then you will
Mm-hmm.
cry, cry, cry. Why taught the weeping willow? Um. Okay.
Yeah.
After
Okay.
a3.
Yeah. I'll say yeah. I think White's just so fine here. It's no problems. All right. A4, A3.
Yeah. A4, a3. Um. I mean, are you doing anything?
I'll probably play something like Rook C5 or Rook C4, depending on what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I can think, depending on what you do, I might play Rook E1 or F3. I've got a lot of little building moves.
Yeah. Mm. The move I want to play, of course, is rook to d3. But then after rook c4, bishop d5, there's rook a4. And I
Yeah,
can't
Rook.
seem to
Yeah,
justify that.
yeah, it's pushing your luck.
If I have to play bishop d5, it's not that impressive. What if I play rook a b8 now? What did you have in mind there?
Okay.
I'm afraid you might go rook a7.
Well, Mr. Bruce, if I could also play Rook B8, Rook B8, Rook C4, and at least say, "Hey, David, look, I'm the one that's pressing."
You think you'll ever get me to admit it?
Yeah.
Hmm. Shanklin's played a4, Jesse.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and so after a3, I'm kind of thinking I might just play bishop d5, lame as it is, but it just defends my coconuts.
Yeah, I think that's a totally solid move. A3, Bishop D5, and White can do all kinds of different things. But it's so difficult for Black to actually do anything to us.
Yeah.
Um,
Falk is wondering, does black want to trade a pair of rooks? I think I'm personally I'm mildly agnostic to trading rooks or not trading rooks. I'm okay with trading a pair of rooks, but what I really wanted to do was start bothering white on a3. My real dream is to attack the a pawn with a rook, because that's the only way I'm going to win this position. That's if I can get the a pawn, that's the only way that Jesse's going to start feeling, or Dubov's going to start feeling that there's trouble. A3 played, and now I think rook d3 doesn't work. Unfortunately, that's the dream. Rook d3. I haven't really looked at f6, but I don't have good feelings about it. Opening up g7 to white, you play f6, white can check
mhm.
you, go to f7. Then let's say you have to play f5 to stay up a pawn. Now their bishop can take this diagonal at some point. Maybe f3, bishop here, rook here. I don't know. It's looking hard to win. Looking hard to win. Harder to imagine a winning scenario for white than for black, to me. But
Well, we just had one with that Rook A7 thing. I mean, there's like accidents. Will there's possible creative things that if you make one slip, like it's objectively drawn, but if you make one slip, the drama could happen.
mm-hmm. Yeah, Foos. I thought of the same thing that rook b8, rook a7. Maybe I should put the other rook on b8. But once I saw rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook c4, I thought, man, I'm not going to spend any more time on this. So bishop d5 is
We're
the move.
GMs today, by the way. We're GMs
Yeah,
today.
for sure. And I think, Falk, you may have a point that perhaps black will just plunk a rook on c8. and ask white to start thinking about c5, c4.
Actually, maybe this is a good way to put it. If I was playing like a 2200 or 2300,
Yeah.
I would be happy with my chances.
With
Like
white
just
or with
practical
black or either?
with white, with
With
white. No, with black, I have no chance. I
I
mean,
can tell
maybe
you
I'd
if I
have
were
a
playing a
chance
2200, I would be fairly confident I was going to win the game eventually as black.
as black.
Oh yeah. I think,
So
any 2200 in chat, I could probably crank them like 5 times in a row with black here.
one thing here is, for example, it's hard for you to move. It's hard for you to do anything. And I think one building plan for white is to play h4, h5.
hmm
And notice h4, h5, I'm just tickling you a little bit. I haven't even done anything, but I might put the pawn on h6.
hmm
And that would be a minor. Then, if I achieve that, then I can really start maybe massaging you a little bit.
I mean, I will gladly take your pawn if you want to hang it on h5 at some point. I will gladly take that pawn too, bro.
Okay. Okay. So what I want to do now as white is I want to try to guess Dubov's move or guess what I think the best plan is here.
hmm
So the basic candidates that come to mind are f3, h4, king h2. Um, there is dreams of some kind of Nigel Short thing. Go to f6.
Yeah. Too bad you don't have a queen
Still
anymore.
have a queen. Now,
Also,
okay,
too
let's
bad
talk
that black's
about
not paralyzed like in the knight or like in the short versus Taman game.
black's pretty paralyzed.
Here, let
But
me be the
here, let's
first.
just
Let me be the first person to alert you to this possibility, Jesse. I
uh,
think there's like a 13% chance that our boy can win this game right here and avoid rapid tie breaks.
that black's gonna win it.
Yeah, 13%. I'd say there's a chance already.
One thing about the chance I think that's interesting about it is like if Dubov has his lame-o attitude, then Sam's the only one with the chance in almost any position.
Right, he's just free rolling as he played so aggressively yesterday. He's saying I can try for anything, and if it turns against me, you'll be willing to just agree to a draw.
That's right.
Definitely encouraging aggressive play from black. Okay, I'm going to take away these arrows indicating the king march to f6 because that was a little bit silly.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Okay,
can go
Mr.
king
Pruess,
h2, f3, h4. Yeah.
let's practice again.
Yeah.
So how about I start with rook c b1?
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why don't we just play this out until one of us has been bloodied?
Wait, let me take it back. I want to really think about it. I'm not sure yet what to do as white.
Hmm. What if we played a bunch of blitz moves? Just see who comes out on top. On a serious note, Q, Z, and everybody else out there, if you happen to be watching this game with an engine eval as well as with our comments, please don't share the engine information with us. Okay, that's all we ask. If you want to do that to yourself, try and suck the suspense out of the game. You do you, but don't tell us about it. We don't want to know.
Well, and one thing about this, actually, yesterday's game, there was an example of what I think the engine would say here too. I'm gonna guess the engine says zeros here. And in the game as well, it was a very hot position. And there was a stretch of moves where it was just like zeros, you know? So it's like if I was watching that, I'd be like, oh, this is dumb. What am I doing? You know? So I think the engine, yeah, it's an example of where it just is really unhelpful.
Yeah. Sensei eval for this position. Oh, that would be controversial, Jesse. You want to put the sensei eval up here? Well, we
I
might
mean,
still both just say zeros.
I would definitely say zeros.
Yeah, I would say
Definitely
zeros
say
too.
zeros.
Sorry, Ivan. We can put that up if you want. I got the bar right there. It's all ready and it's set to 0.
It's already and it's set to 0.
It's already set to 0. Let me check if any game is finished real quick, Jesse. I'm not even
Hmm.
gonna look at the positions. I'm just gonna see if there's a result,
Okay.
Ronion, Hari Krishna. Look, I didn't even look where the pieces are. I don't know what's going on. Nothing. This one, we don't have the updated position here. Okay, everybody's still playing. Everybody's still playing. So no information yet. If any of you are rooting for someone other than Sam, that player has not yet won or lost, whoever you're wondering about. Now, could I beat a 2200 from the white side of this position? Also, yes, Jesse. But it'd be easier with black.
All right, let's play a move or two here. So H4.
H4. There it is. I was thinking of maybe putting my D rook on E8.
Okay.
White's compensation Skibix is the bad position of black's king. I think that's the main thing, which then in turn forces the black rooks to be more passive than the white rooks because at least one of them has to be guarding back rank mate at all times. Could Shanklin beat me from this position 5 out of 5 times? That's a good question, Ivan. Maybe 4 out of 5 times would be my guess. And I think he could beat Dubov out of this position about once or twice out of 10 times. I might be underestimating 2200s, yellow. In the old days, I could beat 2200s from Philidor's position. So, I know they've gotten better since then.
All right, I'm just gonna play a couple moves. I'm not convinced about what I should do exactly here. I'll play F3.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, I will play Rook A to C8. What am I even doing? I don't know. I'm just doodling around. Skibix, you can consider playing F6 or F5 for black at some point, but notice that you'll give white access to G7. So they'll be able to play Rook G7 check, force your king into the corner, move the rook away, threatening Bishop G7 to F6. It is still going to be hard to ever get your king out if you move your F pawn. You can look for the right chance to do it, but it's not always going to get you out.
All right. I'm again unconvinced exactly what I should do, but I'll play King F2.
King F.
Mm-hmm.
We got to move in the game.
Yep. Rook E7.
Rook E7. Interesting. That prevents my move Rook E8, which is what I played against H4.
Well, it doesn't actually prevent it.
Okay, it taxes it with a rook trade, right? If his goal is to trade rooks and draw or something. Ooh, Chiben. Yeah, these live positions we get from chess.com's events page. I send you a link to the one for this tournament, but even beyond that, there are all kinds of other tournaments on chess.com events, live tournaments from around the world. Um, Top players, even tournaments that don't necessarily have top players are broadcast live nowadays, right?
So, David, rookie seven, I want to say it's funny because it's not, I guess that the the only big thing that we can see that it does is it avoids some kind of, maybe at some point maybe you were going to do a C5 trick to me or something.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe the other question is let's just try rookie eight for a second. I have a feeling you don't like it, but let's just pursue this for a second.
I might have
So,
to play it even if I don't like it.
well, that's the part of the point. So let's play rook takes, and then I want to play. See, I was going to play rook c5, intending rook
Mm-hmm.
a5. And
Yeah,
I think if I get rook a5, maybe I can massage you a little bit. But on rook
yeah.
c5, you could just play rook a8, you know. So I don't know. So
Well,
maybe a basic question.
I think I can also play the move f6, Jesse, and then against rook a5, if I play king f7, I'm threatening g5. So I'm kind of forcing you into something like rook a7 check or bishop e3, aren't I?
Okay. So let me just state, like rook e7, I don't know if I get it yet.
Mm-hmm.
It feels on the surface, it's like, oh, he's thinking that if rook e8, that's a bad thing for black. But I don't get it. Like I don't understand actually why it would be so bad with rook
I think
e8.
maybe he might just play rook ce1, rook takes, just trying to stay in charge of the position. c5, rook c7, c4, f3.
Yeah.
Just try and prevent black from getting active, right? It's not foolproof, though. I mean, maybe it's foolproof. Can I state the obvious, Jesse? With
Yeah.
one rook, it's harder for white to make hay out of black's king position. It's harder to like really try to win somehow. Like your h4, h5 ideas are less scary.
Hmm.
And Qzen Tierzin, I think, there will be maybe 4 or 5 people in the next candidates who have a chance to become world championship. Hikaru will be one of them, but the fact that he's not playing any serious classical competition should be hurting him a tiny bit. I don't think his chances should be better than the
Oh
other
no,
3 or 4 players who will be the best players at that candidates tournament, right? We'll have players like Prague, um, Anish, Fabi. I don't know. There'd be a couple other players who should have similar chances to Hikaru.
yeah, I think not only has he not played, but he's getting older and he just had a kid. All of these things affect dramatically your chances.
Yeah, if he's doing nights with the kid, if he's the one who's up at from midnight until 6 a.m. walking back and forth shushing, then he's going to be in real bad shape.
Well, even just hormonally being around a kid like that, you're just totally different. It's a totally different game. We're gonna do a podcast on that.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna try to do the research.
Yeah.
The pirate, that was what we decided to call Dubov, by the way, is the pirate. The pirate looks, he looks like he's just waiting for those rapids. That's where his buried treasure is, dude.
Jesse's watching the video feed, folks. FIDE
Yeah.
has video feeds for probably all these boards at this point.
My technological consultant is joining me now.
Nice. Snap it up, everybody, for Fire Snap.
Snap it up, snap, dude. Fire snap might cover for me while I go make myself a second coffee here. Yeah.
Rook e7. I suppose we should look if Shanklin's got some options other than rook to e8. In traditional chess, one might look at moves like rook a to b8 going to an open file.
Mm-hmm.
But
Looks like we got to move.
we already got the move
Rook
rook e8,
E8.
so we weren't wrong to
Yeah.
focus on that.
I'm gonna say I'm a GM today on that one.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Looks like he snipped. No, we played your move, Rook C1,
Rook
right?
c1.
You're a GM today.
Yeah.
Here I
Now,
was thinking that if Black wanted to just be simple, probably Bishop E6. Oh,
sure.
it's
Yeah, Bishop e6 is certainly a candidate. Joao was suggesting that we could also maybe trade and then play rook to c8, preventing rook c7.
mm-hmm.
And the idea is to motor that c pawn on down to c4 or maybe even c3.
There you go. I like motors.
So that's very plausible for black. And black could also do a version of that, Joao, probably with bishop e6, probably something similar. Bishop e6, white's maybe still in the market for a rook trade. And you can do a version where white's rook's not on the 7th rank, although, they don't have trouble getting to the 7th rank if that's where they want to be. Maybe they'd play rook e5 to c5 in case of bishop e6. Keep that pawn from becoming a big deal.
We got a snip and a snop.
Yeah. A snip and a snop, and now it's the moment where we could see rook c8, or the first time around I simply played c5. There's nothing terrible about c5. Let's check rook c8, rook a7 to see if there's a reason not to play rook c8, right?
Well, first of all, David, on C5, doesn't white have rook E5?
c5, rook e5, what's that supposed to do? Oh, rook d8, bishop g5?
Something like that. I'd be a concern anyway, yeah.
All right, let me just walk into that just for kicks. Rook d8, bishop g5, rook d6, bishop e7, draw. Bishop g5, rook d7, bishop f6, king f8. I think I could play this as black.
What did you do to my position?
Oh, sorry. I played. I played rook e5 for you. That was your suggestion for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
rook E5.
then I played rook d8 for black.
Okay, bishop G5.
Yeah, that's what I did for you. Then I played rook d7.
Rook D7.
Then I thought you might think I was threatening king g7, so I played bishop f6 for you. That's the only thing I took it upon myself to do for you.
So,
Folks, I think we're about 20 seconds away from Jesse saying that only black could be better.
well, okay. What I think though, David, is if I was about to actually say I'm coming around to it, but on move 31 for black,
Mm-hmm.
why the simplistic rook C8
Sure.
has got to be if we're gonna just ask white some simple questions. That seems like the way to go.
Yeah, that does. Yeah. I'm just saying we first looked at c5 and we didn't find anything wrong with c5. I mean, rook c7, c4, that's in no way a disaster for black.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe rook c8 will put the most pressure on. Joao's suggestion. Mm-hmm. QZ is asking us, do top GMs like play games with facial expressions and acting and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, the pirate makes all kinds of expressions, dude. Kasparov, we made all kinds of expressions. C8.
Hope you enjoyed your
Okay,
lunch, Yellow.
so if white wanted to bail, I think bishop f4 wouldn't be dumb, just playing for rook c7. Um,
Sorry, how would you
that
play for a bail here?
like bishop f4 and then just play rook c7 next.
Uh-huh. But see, once you let my king
But
out,
your king doesn't get out though, because if you go
okay.
king d7, I have bishop e5.
If you let my king out, though, I probably will. Oh, sorry. I might not trade when you play rook c7, right? Let's just say I'm allowed to not trade.
Right. Okay, dude played rook a7. I'm
Mm-hmm.
assuming that forces bishop b3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's say black played c5 here. Rook a4, c4.
He plays bishop b3, but yeah, you're right. He could also play c5.
It looks like the pawn makes it to at least c3.
Uh-huh.
And black is at least in charge. Like, very much in charge.
Bishop f4. I'm a GM today. He's bailing.
Bishop b3, bishop f4. So now with the pawn undefended, he wants to go rook c7, right?
Yeah. I'm strong. I'm strong. So David, what you should show him on my coffee break here
Yeah.
is like the fact that, and it's a bummer for chess that if the rooks come off, then it's just a draw. You should show that position. I'll be right back.
Okay, folks, let's say we play c5 for black, rook c7, attacking the rook and the pawn. Tradeovich, Pushovich, and by the way, f6 doesn't change this because the bishop can still get to c3 like this. So maybe Pushovich, bishop e5, king here, king here. These positions are unfortunately unwinnable because the dark squared bishop's going to keep the c-pawn from moving, and white's light squared bishop doesn't ever help them to get control of that square. These positions are unfortunately dead. So if Shanky wants to preserve some kind of chance of winning, he's going to have to find a move that sort of avoids a rook trade here. But he's played c5, so I think this is about to peter. I think it's going to be rook c7, and I wonder if there's even a way for Sam to play this position. Just starting with f6 help in any way? I don't know. Not seeing many chances here. Yellow, I haven't done enough endgame sparring with CGM specifically to answer that with any real confidence. Certainly now that two rooks have been traded, I could not beat anybody here. With rook still on the board, you know, there was maybe a little more to do. The rooks have been traded. Sam has played f6. The bishop will come around like this. Okay. Peter Lecko is out. Qzen, Tierzen. Aragaisi defeated him in rapid tie breaks. Yeah. Drow, you're thinking maybe scarier to push the C pawn and sack the A pawn but not trade rooks versus this endgame here. Bishop B6. So he's going to D4. Okay. Not a big difference.
I don't think it was a good idea to trade rooks.
Yeah, still a good run for Lecco. And, you know, a 1-1 classical match with Aragaisi is not bad either. F3. Taking this square away from the king. So now White's bishop and pawns forms a barrier to keep this black king from getting into the game. It's dead. It's dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think we might have to switch to another board. We'll see if Jesse gets mad at us when he gets back. Let's have a look at Svane versus Sindarov. This is the only game, or the only match, that had a decisive game yesterday, so it's a must-win situation for Svane with White. He's taken out world champion Gukesh earlier in the tournament. And it looks like he's got a funky position out of the opening against Sindarov, which, when you're in a must-win, I guess a funky position's relatively good. Knight G5, nice. Gets that pawn back. Sindarov grovels a queen trade. And a rook trade. Uh-oh. I would say this is not looking super hopeful for White here. Not sure what rook H8 was about, though. The rook seemed okay here. Stop in Knight G5. I guess Black's bishop's a little worse than White's, but Black's pawn structure is potentially a little bit better than White's.
Thank you, person, for joining the dojo. We got a boring game here, so David switched.
David switched, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Yellow. I'm glad that you did that. Yeah, I did spar that a little bit with them as well. So CGM, you know, plays that opening
Just
well.
relax, bro. Just relax. I gotta relax. It's Saturday morning, bro.
Okay, Jesse, so let me show you the current position in Shanklin versus Dubov. They traded rooks on C7. They're playing very quickly. They're at move 39 after King F2, and I was ready to write this off as zeros and move to another game potentially.
Yeah, and first, before we move on, I just want to acknowledge that in the great debate of equals, but who is right, David or I, and the pressing question, well, Dave, we got to hand it to you, bro. You were right.
Thank you.
Black was the one who was pressing.
I appreciate it, Jesse. It's very good of you to go out of your way to bring that up and acknowledge it. Bravo. Bravo to you. Okay, so that game is still going on, folks. We'll sort of announce the time of death at some point, but it's going to be a draw and a tiebreak match for them tomorrow.
Yeah, and let's just say the obvious, dude. Like, Sam has a big chance tomorrow, dude. Dubov thinks of himself highly in this rapid stuff, but I think it's about an equal shot tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sam beat Vidit and Report in rapid chess, and notably, Report is quite an accomplished rapid chess player. You know, he's rated about 2,700 in the FIDE rapid ratings, and Sam annihilated him. So that was something that Sam can draw some confidence from. Let's go check on Jesse's other favorite now that Jesse's back. So that's going to be Hari versus Jose Martinez. Both Hari and Jaspem have played some of the best games of this tournament. These two guys here. And right now, it looks to me like just a mild little massage from Hari.
I don't think so.
No? Who's better here?
Yeah, I think I'd rather be black because the knight's going to come to d6 soon and then be very strong. And the knight on c2 needs work. He plays queen d6, maybe a similar thing.
Mm-hmm. Now,
maybe queen d6. I don't know. Maybe I have some misgivings about queen d6. But
it's a move that he went deep into the heart of the position to drag this move out. That was 19 and a half minutes.
Yeah.
On queen d6. My question, Jesse, is if you want to bring the knight to d6, are you going to play a6 or b6? What are you going to do about the guy on a7?
I don't know. I don't know. But I just want to say about queen d6, which I'm just thinking about it. Well, okay, so it makes me nervous because if your intention is to take, you're gonna my one piece that's poor on c2 then suddenly gets to be strong going to d4.
Yeah.
So then my question is on queen d6. I don't know, by the way, what white's gonna do yet, and maybe that's part of the point of queen d6, but I don't know what I would do as.
Yeah, my intention here would be to double rooks on the e file as white, but the rook e5 basically doesn't work because I hang a pawn to this knight d7 as I just showed folks.
Mm-hmm.
But my dream for white is, well, let's say I play rook e2 instead. My dream is for black to take on c5, honestly, and I play bc, owning that poor steed on c8, introducing d4 to my steed, and I'm just taking the e-file from you. So I feel pretty good about that for white, but maybe black busts out with b6. I mean, knight d4, pawn takes, knight c6. That looks bad for black.
Okay, but David, maybe his intention is on rook e2 that he then wants to play b6.
Mm-hmm. Right. Fair enough. So then I trade, I think. Right. I also have to move queen b4, but let's not get overly fancy pantsy for now. I'll trade queens and play knight b4.
Yeah, I don't like this for black too much. So we don't. Okay, so maybe one of the cool things, it's partly psychological about queen c5, a move 21 for white, is that black doesn't want to play b6. Because once you play b6, then c6 is softened. And the bishop on the whole idea of the black setup is to put that big fatty on d5 and say your bishop on g2 is just a kind of a chump. But the second you play b6, you're softening that whole structure. So I'm not sure I get queen d6. Let's try again with rook e2 because I didn't like b6. I thought that didn't work out for us.
Okay.
I do believe, though, that if we get a knight on d6, that we will be okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to play knight d7.
Knight d7. So you're trying to avoid that mild softening of c6 and my bishop's prospects.
And I'm saying that if you go in with the rook, that I'm going to be able to survive because my knight on d6 will cover all kinds of nice squares.
Yeah. The knights will cover each other's wings, and then you'll just boot me out with the rook trade, which is not enough. I need more. So I'm going to go queen a5.
Who's Chess Dojo?
What's that, bud?
Who is Chess Dojo?
That's Pruess. Yes.
Hai kono watashi desu.
So it's like queen a5 is just still messing with me. Like, please play a b6. Please play b6 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm begging you to play it. I want you to weaken the light squares. My bishop on g2 needs a taste. He needs something to dream.
Yeah, okay. I'll say white is probably a little bit better than I haven't figured this out.
Okay.
Especially after Queen D6, I feel like white with a simple move like Rook E2, he's going to be on top.
Yeah. And I'm not arguing for much, when I said just like I'm just a tiny little massage from Hari, right? Just a little bit of a something.
So I tell you what, let's do the Arjun game
Hmm.
because he's a guy he could get knocked out. That would be terrible for chess if Arjun was knocked out, buddy.
You hear that,
Oh.
Aronian? You love chess. Don't do something terrible for chess. Don't knock this guy out.
Well, Aroni should just play, but yeah. If Keimer and Aronian weren't in,
Yeah,
it's definitely good news for Fabi.
for
The more of
everybody
these
else.
guys
Yeah.
that don't get, it's good news for them.
Yeah, because so far the candidates field is not particularly scary. It's missing like all the teenage dangers. I mean, position looks interesting from Levon's side with the bishop pair.
It looks interesting for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We got some frisky hoppers for black on the king side, trying to make something happen.
No, no, but thank you, bud. If I was just moving for white, it'd probably be H3.
Okay.
Hard to say who's better here. I don't really know.
Love to see it. So you're just keeping me out of G4, huh?
It's probably a move I want to play anyway, too.
Telling yourself that. All right, I switch it up with bishop B8.
Oh.
I might go full horsey here and give up my second bishop.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that, bro, but okay.
Mm-hmm. You know, Dima always used to say, "Horsey show no remorsey." That was that was
Horsey, show no remorsey.
that was a great one.
Now, what is true on this position and also with H3 that I'm not quite sure what Levon should play. Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
not clear to me what plan. Um, but okay, I'll just play along for a second. I'll play Queen C2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're preventing bishop G3, knight F5.
I might also play Knight F5 next myself. I'm not sure yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, while we wait to find out, let's put our queen on D6.
He wants to make me.
No, I'm just, you know, just sitting around waiting for knight F5. All right, we've got the update we've been waiting for from Ivan. Shanklin and Dubov draw agreed. G3, H5, H4. And a move or two further. We'll update our
Yep, there it is.
standings over here.
Yeah, Dubov he's clinical with his approach, dude. He's clinical.
He's got it locked in.
You can't be farting like that.
Now he'll give an interview and say, against Shankland, I only needed 7 minutes to prepare.
You gotta accept those 59 friend requests, pal. 59.
I briefly went over to Svana's game,
Mm-hmm.
and I do think Sindarov, dude, like we were talking, I think we might want to start paying more attention to him. He was, I think you claimed we had various drafts. We had the junior draft, and then we had the like who's gonna make 2,700 or something. Who's gonna be in the top? I don't know what draft it was, but I think in one of those I picked Sindarov.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, yeah, this is an example of a kid you might not call a rando if he makes it. Like when you're young and you're 27, 20 or something, um, and you're moving up the ladder.
As far as I'm aware, Sindarov is one of two juniors left in this tournament. It's him and Alexei Grebnev
Hmm.
are the two 19-year-olds left in the tournament. Otherwise, you know, it's veterans.
Yeah, and he's at 27, basically 27-30 now. So yeah, he's making it. And he's playing pretty good chess here as black. Um, to me, it seems like black is totally fine.
Let's see. He drew one match, 1-1 with Yu Yang Yi in this tournament,
Mhm.
who has the same rating as him. His other matches he won in classical, including beating Nicholas Theodorou, who's a dangerous opponent. And he's the only one to win a game yesterday against Sfane, so he's playing pretty well so far. And I don't think he looks like he's in huge trouble in this endgame.
Let me address Skebix over here.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I was watching the Carl stream yesterday, and he argued the difference in rating between them, the top dudes, and the 26 to 2650 players doesn't show up that much in just 14 games. That there are no favorites in the candidates. And what do I think about that? I think that's full bull BS. And
That seems wrong at both a mathematical and an empirical level.
that's right.
I mean, look
But
at the
it
last
sounds,
candidates.
yeah.
We had Nijat Abbasov, who was above 2650. He was 2675. And I think that we needed less than 14 games to see that he was in a different class than the other seven players.
Hmm.
I mean, -7, it was extreme. It was self-evident.
Yeah. I think though, if there's something interesting about that comment, it seems to me it says something more about Hikaru already making excuses for himself to his fans that he's gonna be talking that way.
Mm-hmm. There's no favorites. There's favorites.
Oh,
There's
there's gotta
favorites
be.
in the candidates.
Oh yeah. And a way to understand it mathematically is when you took just the 80 points difference, and that would be a higher than like be a higher difference, especially if you had somebody below 2650. But if you just took the 80 points difference in the Nepo Carlsen match, then it's a very similar thing in a 14 games candidates match where the difference is not the same difference every round, but there's a difference every single round, and then that starts accumulating in terms of the statistical probabilities.
Yeah. I mean, Gukesh was playing
Interesting.
H6 against Abbasov. All of the players were
Do you know
targeting
where to find
Abbasov.
tea and milk? Yeah. Do you know where to find the tea bags?
It's those ones that's in the.
Yeah, so Bill, let's say black tea.
But Kalen, every single one of the favorites finished a couple points ahead of the player under 2,700. And this Hikaru claim is 2,600 to 2,650. That's another level below. I mean,
That's another level
that's
below.
saying like you could get a 2,630 in there and you couldn't tell if they were better or worse than Fabi over 14 games. I think it shows up after probably after 6 games. There's almost no chance that Fabi's not ahead of a 2,630 in a tournament. But certainly 14 games is way beyond the point where you would notice a statistical difference.
Sindarov in the World Cup 2023 beat MVL. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this kid is for real. Um, yeah, there's so many, it's interesting. If there weren't other kids, right, that are also very strong, right around his age range, like all the Indians, then we would be talking about this kid for sure as the next coming. As it is, he's just one of many in this generation that are super powerful. And I admitted that I was a little bit wrong in a position earlier, and now I'm going to claim I was right about something else because I need to compensate for that loss. You know, we had the podcast about Neiman and it was kind of like somebody had wanted us to discuss whether we thought he had a chance to become world champion. And in that discussion, in that podcast, there was this also the discussion, could he make top 10 even? And what you see in guys like Sindarov is like, forget about whatever you think about Neiman's talent. You just look at that generation, and these are kids that are younger than Neiman.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh damn, you're up against some people, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And Sindarov's 19. He's had a very amazing growth spurt for any chess player. And then, of course, you got all the Indians on top of that, who are all his generation, right? All his generation or younger.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a brutal generation.
Yeah, Skibix, 50 rating points is close to nothing. I agree. 50 rating points could be erased by who's in good form or something like that. Also, when you're talking 16, 1700s, the ratings are a little more volatile than like Fabi. Fabi's rating is very, very established. If you're playing a 1600, you don't know if they've improved 200 points since the last time
Right.
they played in some tournaments, but there's no way that Svana or Fabi have improved 200 points in the last month, right? Like it just can't be done at their level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, if you're playing 14 1600s in a row, you're not going to beat them 99% of the time. We're not even saying Fabi's going to beat Svana 99% of the time. Far from it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But over 14 games, Fabi's going to score +5 against Svane with minimal variance, basically, right? Like occasionally he'll only score +4. Once in a while he'll score +6, but it's going to be fairly consistent. When you're playing 1600s, there's a lot bigger like K factor on them, you could say, right? Which is reflected in the rating system that those games are scored with a higher K factor because it's known that a 1600 could get much better or much worse, much faster than Fabi could, right? But again, even if you're not beating someone 99% of the time, even if somebody's 1600 rating were perfectly true and you were rated, 1700, if you play 14 rounds, yes, your expectancy against them might only be 55% in a single game, or let's say 57%. But over 14 games, just multiply that out, do some basic statistics on the distribution of results. And over 14 games, you will be finishing ahead of somebody you're 100 points stronger than. You will. Kalen says Sindarov is very close to catching up with Abdusattorov on rating right now, which is crazy.
So I did a little math, and if a 2780 played a 2730, so 50 points, and I chose 2780 because that's about where Fabi is right now,
Mm-hmm.
then the 2780 player would have 8.2 points, and the 2720 player would have 5.8 points. It's a dramatic difference.
Dramatic. And that's where we're talking somebody like Sindarov or Lei Kwang Liem is a player
Mm-hmm.
who I would say is about 2730 level. And as I
Exactly.
clicked him, his live rating seems to be 2729. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty fair. With Sindarov, there's maybe some doubt that he might be 2730 in April, but his strength might be 2760 or something. Like he could close like a big chunk of that gap, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you wouldn't be as certain with Sindarov, but I would stand by the fact that he can't be 200 points better in 4 months.
Yeah.
He could be 30 points better. That's possible. It would be a huge accomplishment to gain 30 points of strength in a few months at this level. But I mean, that's what Gukesh was doing last cycle, right? He was gaining 20, 30 points of strength in like 4 or
Mm-hmm.
5 months, which
Right.
was insane and got him from a point where he's barely making the candidates to a point where he's barely winning the candidates.
Yeah.
Do you have an evaluation, Jesse, for the Sindarov endgame here as he lashes out with f5 against Svana, sort of fighting for some space in the center?
I think he's a little bit better because I think bishop d3 is basically forced, and then knight g6, and after knight g6, I'm going to have good pressure on the e pawn. I can always play f4. You can't move your knight.
So if the bishop retreats, it takes the pressure off c6. That frees the black pieces a little bit.
Yeah.
If instead white traded on f6, which you seem to think is impossible because you called bishop d3 forced.
I didn't see. I honestly, I just saw the position. I didn't see what the last
Oh,
move
then en
was.
passant was legal. Okay, gotcha. The move was f5. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would call that position equal then. Yeah, EFGF.
Yeah, EFGF. That looks more equal to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Each side has a majority. Yeah, feels pretty close to equal. Sindarov thought 15 minutes about f5, so he went deep into this one here.
Yeah, he's got some time. Yeah, I think actually, David, going forward, I'm assuming Sindarov, he won the last time, so he's going to beat Svana. And going forward, we'll probably be able to watch some matches with Sindarov and get a kind of taste of his play and level, you know, for the rest of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. So just a decision here, like bishop d3 or ef6. This is like heavy stuff for Svana. As his tournament is dwindling down, every remaining move becomes heavier and heavier in importance, right? He's got to somehow drum up winning ideas here for white in an endgame that's somewhat close to equal. If he goes ef6, he makes the h-pawn a passer, but he gives up the slightly cramping central pawn. Okay, so some people are citing some rating gains of top players, pushing on my claim that gaining 30 points in strength in 4 months is good at a 2700 plus level. So Alireza gained 50 rating points once in a similar period of time, and Vincent has gained 50 points in, well, I mean that's more like 6 or 7 months. Depesky.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would say is, like, I was talking about gaining in strength, right? So Firouzja, his rating immediately dropped down a bit after that gain. And also a lot of times you might be gaining strength training at home, and then you play some tournaments and you might gain extra points, or have one lucky game, and that could be a rating point change of 10 points, right? But like what your stable averages or your playing strength is what I'm talking about. It is possible to gain rating points faster than that in certain scenarios, but I think I will stand by gaining 30 rating points as a plus 2700 in 3 or 4 months would be tremendous progress in your base strength.
And yeah, about Keimer, I just want to say that's why I think it's so terrible. I mean, he's a young kid and he made that immense gain. Yeah. Very impressive. And now he doesn't even get to play. Dang.
Yeah.
Gukesh also made a huge run. Yeah. Okay, David, let's check out the Arjun game just for a second here. Mm-hmm. I think at the minimum, it's a very interesting strategic struggle. Mm-hmm. After fighting for Levon played him, frankly, I didn't consider because I thought it was impossible. He played f3. Mm-hmm. And what's fascinating about that is that, okay, it looks like the kind of move that a chump GM such as myself will simply not play because I'm terrified of rook e3, bishop d4. Mm-hmm. But Levon, it's interesting. He's like, wait a second, that's the move I want to play, so I'm going to try to make it work. And the intention is to say, well, now I can play a later bishop f2. f3 dominates the knight on f6 entirely. And even though it looks like black is the one attacking on the king side, it is true that I have more pawns in front of my king.
Pawn majority. So, yeah. I mean, his move f3 is not super different than your h3 move, right?
Well, but the fact that it allows rook e3, it's like, mm-hmm. Holy moly.
Yeah.
And I don't even immediately see why this isn't good for black. So
why isn't good for black?
Rook e3.
There's bishop h7 check.
Well, but at the end, but I take your bishop.
Okay. With your knight or your king?
Okay, I'm just looking.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. I was like, okay, good. So that's the end. That's the end. It just made me super nervous.
Okay.
So F3, I think to me, just a good example. It's just a nice positional move.
Yeah.
Um, Argaisi plays knight H7.
It keeps the knight at bay like H3
Mhm.
does, but it also keeps the rook on F8 at bay,
Thank you,
right?
bro.
But
So knight H7 was played. So he immediately moves the knight that's just been dominated, right? He instantly starts repositioning it. He wants to do something frisky, maybe knight G5 and a sack on F3. Bishop
Hmm.
B1 gets played. Knight G5. Okay, asking him about bishop takes G5. Bishop takes G5 might drop a pawn tactically, right? To bishop D4 after rook E1, check,
Right.
rook E1, check. Bishop D4, there's bishop E3. No, he can't do that. Okay, so he's really offering white the possibility of doubling those pawns. Dynamic
Well,
play.
yeah. There
I
was
guess he's
something wrong.
thinking
Yeah.
the D pawn will be in really bad shape long term with him having a dark squared bishop against the light squared bishop.
Right. And I like Levon's move, Queen C2. So one of the reasons, there's a lot of reasons that this game is interesting, but dude, if Aragaisi doesn't win this game,
Mm-hmm.
or if he actually he could go to tie breaks if he draws it, but if he loses this game, that's it. His
Yeah.
turn, his dreams are over, at least for a couple of years.
So Levon bravely allowing knight f3 check, which I think doesn't work because there's queen h7 at the end.
Yeah.
Um,
And then Aragaisi bravely playing
I
G6.
think g6 is going to be the move, right? Yeah, because I was thinking that was Aragaisi's intention here was if bishop takes g5, hg5, queen d3 or something. I think his intention was g6 there. So when I saw queen c2, I figured he's in the market for g6.
But Mr. Bruce, help me understand, why did he play Queen C2 instead of Queen D3?
Oof, that's hard to say, dog. I would have put my queen on d3 if I were blitzing, right?
Well, right, because
Um,
it's like we have a D pawn issue.
we've got a d pawn issue and f3, right? We might want to support f3 at some point to stop these breakthroughs. Maybe there's some knight f3, queen h3 variation that he would be worried about in some positions. So,
Hmm.
I mean, it doesn't quite work with queen h7 on the table, but once g6 is played, maybe it threatens it. But let's say I play a3 just to show the idea. Knight f3, pawn f3, queen h3. If your queen were on d3, you'd have to play some kind of move covering g2, giving me a tempo. Then I'd take on f3 as well. Come raging in. I think it could be that. King h1 played for similar reasons, right? Take the sting out of the breakthroughs.
Nice move. Okay.
Sacrifices.
Now,
Yeah.
one thing I will say about this that's a little bit interesting to me is, I play in all these senior events. And one thing about the seniors is like Levon, their rating has gone down from their peak,
Mm-hmm.
right? A lot of times with the seniors, you can have dramatic losses, but with the seniors, they still have certain positions that their hand can play.
Mm-hmm.
Like they know how to play, how to work you in certain situations. And this feels a little bit like one of those where Levon knows where the pieces are going.
Yeah.
The bishops are very strong. And if black isn't able to do something, I think white's just better.
Yeah, this is a classic pawn structure from a lot of e4, e5 openings. Like open Rui Lopez's with an f6 break by black would be one way. You get these kind of positions. I've seen Levon play this structure before. So
By the way, Fireson, thank you very much for this tea. You did a good job, bud. He doesn't even drink tea, but he can make a good tea, bud.
nice. Nice.
He drinks some tea sometimes.
Good
Okay.
work. I don't drink tea either, but I can't make a good tea, so that's the difference between us. Black's dark squared bishop is just bad, says Kalen. Black's dark squared bishop is beautiful. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. I think that bishop's great. I think that doesn't mean there's nothing to be said for bishop b8. I've played that move myself in similar positions. It would be great on b8, but it's not doing nothing on a7 either. You could play knight e6 here as black, and I think if I put knight e6 on the board, you can feel that d4 is shaky. Also that I could play knight f4 hitting g2. You might have to trade me, and let's say I play queen c3, knight f4, bishop f4, rook f4. I mean, you got to be feeling that bishop on a7 a little bit. h6 hangs, yeah, but it could be funky. Knight e6 here, bishop h6, knight takes d4, hitting the queen. Rook on e1 is hanging if you play rook takes d4. So I'm not gonna get into a long calculation battle with you, Caitlin. I'm just gonna tell you, like, you can feel the bishop on a7 here. It's not just bad.
Okay, I want to reiterate my next point, which is that black needs something now. Something concrete, or else white is just better.
Long term, white's just better because my king's airy or because of the bishop pair?
Both.
Okay. Resounding both. So white can play just sort of like moves like king h1, just avoiding black's tactical ideas, and black has to keep coming up with juice.
Right, and I might be threatening bishop g5, hg, queen d2. I don't need that threat, but that might just be a simple thing that I got on the table for myself.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, black's king is really a problem. And that g6 pawn is trying to control the light squares, but I'll tell you, buddy, that guy looks a little shaky.
That's some shaky defense, yeah.
Maybe king g7 from black or something. It's hard. King g7, like, even if I don't have anything fancy, queen d2 is going to be a hell of a drug.
Queen d2. Yeah, maybe I should go to h7 instead.
Maybe.
So on queen d2, I can do yield knight f3, which is one of the main strings to black's bow here. You just do this deal, and your idea is that at the end, maybe you'll win the d4 pawn as well in the melee of trades. And you could end up with just a boatload of pawns.
But, when your king is asking its compatriots whether it wants to go to h7, generally it usually says, boss, that bishop's looking at me, buddy.
Yeah.
He's looking at me.
Yeah. White's knight on g3 is not great at the moment, so I'm not pumped on the idea of knight f5. Trading that knight does not appeal to me particularly. I actually, maybe we should get into calculating knight e6, bishop h6, knight d4.
But I just want to say on knight e6,
yeah,
white is just clearly better after queen d2.
Queen d2, just defending d4.
You don't have to be a genius. You just play queen d2.
Hang on, I do like to be a genius, though.
You do.
I got a thing. For it. Like right now you play queen d2 and I'm thinking, well, maybe I've got rook takes f3, right? So obviously I'm always trying to be a genius.
Now, although I don't believe in that, David, what I want to say is black is going to want to be looking for that kind of thing because, again, if he doesn't find anything, the position is just going to slowly get worse for him.
I feel you, dog. Queen d2 looks pretty painful to me, honestly. But I mean, you'll do that to me with the knight on g5 as well. Like queen d2 is coming, kind of.
It's a very natural move for white. I mean, white has other moves, but that's a very natural thing for us to play. And let me just say something just to me, it's interesting. It's like, if I've been in these situations before and I'm like, let's imagine just a couple moves ago, and I would have said, all right, the D pawn's weak. I got some jush on the king. I should be fine. And then you get to this position, you're like, oh, wait a second. The pawn on D4 is not that weak. And maybe my knight on H4 is a tourist. And then I'm in trouble.
I mean, it's not a tourist. It's It's in striking distance of the king. It's not getting threatened.
But if it either strikes or it doesn't strike, and if
Yeah,
it don't
its
strike,
buddies
then it's
need
a
to
tourist.
its buddies need to join in. It needs the buddies to join in.
Hello, Rainbow Teddy.
Should black consider queen d8? Maybe. There's a lot of moves we could consider.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna flip the board just for me and think about what I would do. I don't know. I think this is really tough. Eric Geisy could go down, dude, and then that's it. We're witnessing history.
Oh, sure. Plenty of chances of going down here. I was considering rook takes e3 from black's side. But I think the move knight e2 is as far as we need to look, and we can say it's not sufficient.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, buddy.
Because the bad knight on g3 finds a purpose.
I don't know what you're doing.
What do you mean? I was emphasizing opposite colors of squares, Jesse.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I got the bishop on a7, wants to assert dominance.
Yeah.
Also, your bishop on e3 was ruining things on g5 and h6.
Okay.
I just thought it was white's best minor piece, so I looked at an exchange sack. That's normal.
All right. By the way, me and Firesnap are sometimes watching the live stream, and there was models of concentration from these people. Levon gets up and walks some, but they are really concentrating deep. And I'm about to watch a move. He's playing Queen F7, which wasn't really on my radar, but it does talk to the G6 pawn.
Yeah, threat is knight gf3, gf3, queen f3 check, king g1, and then rook takes e3. Very, very simple.
All right, let's ask one basic question first. What happens on the basic bishop g5?
Yep.
Now you can play rook e1 if you decide, and then
I could.
Oh, I get it. Now, if queen d2, he has queen f4.
We'll start basic here. Queen d2, queen f4.
Queen f4, and then I think we could say that black's okay. Black's fine in that position.
Neck massage going on.
Yeah, Levon's an old man, dude. Not as old as me, but still, he needs a neck massage. Now, you got me a tea, buddy, but I'm not going to ask you to give me a neck massage. That would produce painful overtones of the Danny Wrench
of the
massage.
Dark Squares book. Does Jeronian look like he's in pain in the video feed, Jesse? Is he like working on himself?
I don't think he's in pain.
No, okay.
He likes to hold his neck. That's his standard pose.
Oh, that's true. He does often just have his hand there, but he's done that since he was young.
Yeah.
In fact,
okay, so we're going to say Queen F7 looks like a quality move. At the very least, it defends against Bishop G5, and it defends against Queen D2.
Yeah. Jesse, even in his little chess.com bio picture, his hand is either on the way to or from his neck. Okay, Queen F7, solid move.
Great move. Yeah, great move. So, all right. And one of the things to say is that any kind of bishop F2 not only might run into knight F3, but also the bishop on E3 is kind of an interesting piece because he kind of wants to move out of the way, but also he wants to keep that pressure on G5 and H6.
Yeah. Nah, yeah. Okay, so what are candidate moves for white after queen f7? We saw bishop g5, hg5, queen d2, queen f4. Black's perfectly solid. Let's generate another idea for white. Queen d2 first.
But then knight gf3 looks really bad.
Knight f3, pawn f3. Knight f3 again, or queen f3?
I was thinking queen f3.
You're thinking queen f3, king g1,
Rook takes e3,
rook takes e3, rook takes e3,
bishop d4.
bishop d4. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo, yeah.
Oof on the rook and the cook.
Not so pleasant for a peasant.
No.
How you guys are so recognizable by your coins.
By our coins?
Yeah, like you say, like word.
Wait, hold on. You're teaching me a new word. What do you mean coins? So a coin is a phrase?
Signature phrase.
Because that's something I coined. Is that the idea?
You say it.
Oh, dude, the new generation has some cool words, bro. They got some cool words. Are your kids talking in the lingo too, bud?
No.
They're not?
No.
Oh, it's coming for you, buddy. How old is your oldest?
10.
10. Oh, yeah. By the time 11 hits, bro, the 6, 7 is going to be out of control.
Oh,
It's going to be out of control, buddy.
She reports that kids in her class say those numbers all the time.
Yeah. She's going to be saying it, bro. She's going to be saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rainbow Teddy. I spent much of the 90s in Germany. I studied in Jena, Heidelberg, and Bielefeld. That was my little trek in the 90s, which was great. Great for my chess, too. Got to play in Bundesliga and all that stuff. Okay, well, this is hard for Levon, this Queen F7. I haven't been able to find a nice move yet, Mr. Pruess.
Yeah. Wow, Teddy's fiance is Bielefeld. Jesse, this bishop d4 move that we were at the end of this line, if white plays rook d e1, is the line truly fatty? I guess there's rook e8 there.
Yeah, part of the drama is you're not threatening anything as white, right?
Humorously leaving like every single piece hanging for black. You know.
And I guess you could try knight f1 if you like to suffer.
Eddie's an host.
Maybe rook e5 there. I don't know. It's looking grim. Welcome to the dojo.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Do you know the guy who hosted the chess tournament we went to on Monday at Peabody Brewery?
Yeah.
Has hosted all of my chess tournaments so far for school.
Oh yeah. I did know that. Yeah, but I didn't. Yeah, that guy's really cool. His name's Andrew James. He's a local chess organizer. Really pumped about chess. Yeah.
Okay, Jesse. So the move f4 has been suggested in chat,
Oh,
right?
I really don't like it, but we need to consider everything. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to consider everything for white because we don't yet have like a true candidate move for white. Now I will again look at my move rook e3, Jesse.
And also, I just want to say with f4, I'm not sure I get it. Like, also, if just the basic knight e6, what is the idea? In addition to your rook e3, which is fine, but I just don't know what the idea of f4 is.
96. I mean, then maybe rook f1.
I guess, but black has a lot of moves like knight knight e g7. You got to move the bishop. Then we can play knight f5. We're doing okay in that scenario.
Knight g7.
Now maybe we don't have anything better than okay, but
yeah.
f4 looks very dangerous to me. That would also be the kind of thing I don't even think that's crossing Levon's mind. Maybe that's a computer generated move. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I would say that rook e3 looks pretty good for me after f4.
Yeah.
Because now I get one pawn here. I'm hitting another pawn on d4.
Yeah.
And all my guys are alive. That feels like something white wouldn't want. I would actively want this position for black.
Now, one of the weird things is like it's a little bit of a process of elimination. So if you say, okay, bishop g5, I don't like because of hg, queen d2, queen f4, you could be like, but that's a bummer. And then you could say, well, I don't like obviously King G1 because of Knight GF3, and Knight GF3 just in general looks like a hell of a drug. You might
Yeah.
come up with F4 as a process of elimination kind of thing, even though
Hmm.
it's really not what you want to do.
Yeah. There's not a lot of candidate moves for white other than taking on G5 here.
It's very surprising too. I mean, we were talking about finding something concrete for black,
Hmm.
and it looks like he found it, dude. Like Queen F7, it's
Yeah.
like all of a sudden, it's like, oh, what is dude supposed to do?
Okay, here's a weird, ugly looking move. How about Queen F2?
Okay. I also think Rook E2 might be a candidate, but let's look at Queen F2.
Wow, Rook E2 also looks like a traffic jam, but yeah, could be the move.
My attention on Rook E2, by the way, oh, I don't know. It's very spicy. I don't know if I believe in Rook E2, by the way. I might do a take back.
Hmm. There's Knight HF3 against it, right?
There's a couple things, I think, honestly. But Queen F2, I think it. Okay, so obviously we're just trying to stop some stuff. But no, let me ask you something about Queen F2 before we go down the tactical
Hmm.
road. If it's White's move after
Yeah.
Queen F2, what would we do?
Well, what we would do is we would say, "I'm a GM today."
Oh, nice, dude.
That's the follow up.
Congratulations.
That's the follow up.
Congratulations.
Queen F2. What's my intention next here? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
I
Rookie 2 next.
Okay. Yeah, I think Queen F2, but like it's a process of elimination move that I think is probably maybe even only move. And I wasn't really thinking of it at first because I was like, I want to be the one as white who's pushing, but the argument could still stand that black still needs to show something, or else I'm gonna slowly unravel out of this business.
But
Knight E2, knight, yeah,
you might never quite unravel though, right? That's something to bear in mind. Like you might
yeah.
always be just sort of holding it together. It could have a dynamic balance. It might be that nobody's better.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I'm noticing is if I ever move my knight on G3,
Mm-hmm.
dude has knight F5.
Mm-hmm. Then you'll have to concede your unopposed bishop, basically.
Yeah. Okay, we got to move bishop B8. So now Manhattan transfer has happened, and he's looking at our poor knight. And so
Wow, bishop b8.
I think the claim is that if knight F1 or E2, that knight F5 black is at least fine.
Putting a little Arjun pressure on with that move coming quickly. I was thinking of another move also, Jesse, Queen F6.
Uh-huh.
Just, putting extra eyes on the D pawn, right? Keeping white a little tied up. And I was also thinking we could move the king up to G7 or H7 to defend our little pawnies. But
So,
bishop B8's more consequent. So what is he threatening to take on G3? That knight's not very good.
so Ramsey,
Well, I think first of all, he's preventing white from doing anything himself.
Like F4.
Like, well, F4 or knight E2, knight F1. So it's a nice practical move, and then I don't know what to do. Maybe rook E2, but rook E2 was kind of like you called it a traffic jam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we also have to reorientate ourselves because the dynamics of the game really shift with bishop B8, right? Because now black is like, well, I'm gonna stop talking to that D4 pawn, and I have like, yeah, the question is what? Like, if it's black's move, does he have a threat?
I think maybe my first interpretation is he wants to go bishop F4 and trade white's bad bishop just to break up the bishop pair and have his knights really set up shop on those dark squares so they're sort of set for life. And then he's going to keep trying to worry you on the D pawn. And he's saying, like, technically the bishop on A7 is the good bishop in the pawn structure, and white's bishop is the bad bishop, but they're 1-for-1 on defending this pawn. So he wants to swing around maybe to F4, trade the bishops, and then fight you for the E file while your D pawn is dangling.
Dang, dog, take it easy. That all sounds plausible to me. The other thing that's interesting is even though we're the ones that have the extra pawn, our king is having a really hard time finding a Luft possibility. You
Yeah.
know, like I don't definitely don't want to play H3 now, and I can't get any Luft. So like long term, I'm gonna have a back rank issue as well.
Right. So we're going to fight over the E file without any Luft.
Sorenzo Lum says all gems should go to the gym.
All GMs should go to the gym. Yeah.
Yeah. We can
You been
extend
going to
that.
the gym, boss?
We can extend that to non-GMs too, right? Everybody
Yeah.
should go to the gym. I mean, or you can just exercise outdoors. I mean, I will admit that for the first 40 years of my life, the idea of going to a gym essentially seemed silly to me. I was like, have you ever heard of going for a walk, dude? Like, just go outside, pick up some rocks, run around, jump.
Okay, Mr. Bruce, I got a candidate move. How about Rook F1?
Okay.
I just want to talk to F3. I want you to worry a little bit about F4, though I guess maybe you're still going to. Yeah, okay. So that's my little, that's my, yeah. Maybe we'll just first start with your bishop F4 thing.
Yeah.
We do have a move knight F1. So I was right about the square, just wrong about the piece. Okay, knight F1. Now, the reason I didn't like this too much is I felt that knight F5 was at least a reasonable position for black. But you know what? Maybe that's not so true. So like knight F5, I could just play bishop C1 and say, what?
Oh, really? I thought you were going to play bishop F5.
I might think about bishop F5, but I don't want to give up my bishops if I don't have to.
Okay.
Now, knight F1 seems to force knight F5 unless I'm missing something dramatic.
Oh, you want to establish if this is forced before we go too deep? Looks pretty forced. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go. That's knight F5.
But
and I still kind of sort of believe that white has something. It might not be true.
He played the amazing move bishop d2 instead of bishop c1. Looking at a5. I was going to say, Jesse, if knight f5 is forced, it's unlike Arjun not to play the move quickly. But then he played it faster than I could say that. So
good moves by Levon, honestly. To me, it feels like he's maintaining his advantage in this position.
Whoa, advantage. Big words coming out.
Yeah.
Big words, big claims, big dogs. Black could play a little bit out of left field to move knight e4 here. It's just a candidate move to put on the docket.
Knight e4. Nope, it's a thought. My gut is that white is better after fe, knight g3, queen g3.
Bishop takes, knight takes, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. That's pretty simple, I guess.
But it is something you would have had to calculate.
Yeah.
Because those are the tricks that black needs. Like black, whether we believe in white's better or not, black needs to show something before white's engine of positional power proves itself.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d2 is also nice because if I need it, I can play bishop c3.
Yeah. What I see Arjun doing here is probably rook e1 and then knight e6.
Mm-hmm.
Just like with the 450.
Rook e1 and knight e6. Doesn't that hang h6?
Depends how you take back. Rook e1, how were you thinking of taking back?
I was just going to play rook e1. I don't know.
With
maybe
the rook.
I'll change my mind.
Okay, then maybe I'll play bishop a7 before knight e6 in this move order.
Fair. Now know that you're a pawn grubber, so let's just first grab the pawn and see what happens. So bishop f5.
Okay, queen
Just
f5.
living my opinions.
Bishop a5.
Bishop a5. Dang, he went all in on the grub. And he's got the e file.
E F F4, maybe? No.
Take it easy, Jesse.
I steal your coconut.
Brutal.
Oh my God, Sorenzo Lamas.
He's saying you want to say 6-7. You're just dying to say 6-7, bro. That's probably true. That's my take on you. Actually, is there's a 6-7 bubbling out of the inner, that inner core of your soul. Just wants to scream 6-7 all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 6-7. 6-7.
Oh, you said it first, Jesse?
Oh no, he loves it, bro. He loves. I hear it all every day. I hear the 6-7.
Really?
It's at school. It's everywhere. Every single kid.
Mm.
It actually got banned in my school.
It got banned, bro. That's how intense it was over there.
If you say it, you get Saturday detention.
You get detention just for saying numbers?
Well, dude, it's because once you say it, the other kids will lose their mind.
I'm gonna say I am Jesse Kraai Jr., but combined, I have one full head of hair.
67. And then one thing that the chess lover is onto is the fact the origins of 6-7. 6-7 comes from the Gen X song Jenny.
Jenny? Jenny.
Jenny. And we got her number, bro. It's 8675309. That's where 6-7 comes from.
Isn't it 9? 9. Seems like you snacked my pawn with impunity.
Jules says he had a group of kindergartens start chanting it in unison unprompted.
Yep, dude. Yep. It's rough, but it's a disease. Dude, yeah. You got to ban that, dude. Send him to detention.
And then 67 hours of detention.
All right. What do you now? Firesnap often has good takes on the players' demeanors. You got anything to say about these people here, bud? First of all, do you like Levon's style?
His fit? No.
You don't like his shirt there, dude? That style's there?
Yeah, but like it's kind of tight on him. So whenever he sits down, he's like,
it's kind of tight on him, huh?
It looks like he's a big bat. And then
oh, bro, we can't watch it no more. The stupid FIDE, bro. Originally, they weren't putting the eval bar up, but I just saw an eval bar. Really ruins the whole situation.
Ugh.
ChessCom? ChessCom?
No, it wasn't on ChessCom. It was on that live feed, so now I can't watch it anymore.
They just superimpose it on Levon's face or something to
No, they show the two people and they show the board. It's cool to show the board because if you're just watching, it might not be easy to see it. But then they superimposed the eval on the board like chumps.
The problem, Mr. Pizza, is if I play bishop a7, Jesse's always going to trade on f5 real quick and then grab my pawn. So then I'm down. Then I'm down my pawn to Kavutskiy. Arjun might just have to play bishop c7, He might just have to be honest here.
This guy.
What did he do?
He said c7 and thought you were going to say 6-7.
Well, that c7 is kind of a stand-in. That's like the chess. That's the chess 6-7, bro.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Food Chess says, when I first heard about 6-7, I wondered if it was a Douglas Adams reference.
I don't even know what that is either, but it's from Jenny, man. It's about her number.
Yeah.
Jesse said he knew some girl named Jenny at the dinner table, and we actually believed him for a total of 30 seconds, and he was like, and her number was 8670309. No.
He probably did know a girl named Jenny, but that wasn't her phone number.
Yeah.
There was a girl named Jenny at my elementary school.
But actually, it was better than that because the question was like, now with modern phones, you don't remember anybody's number. So it's like, well, how many numbers can you remember? And I said, I remember Jenny's number.
Yeah. That's easy.
I know about Jenny.
I probably remember about 50 phone numbers.
50, bro?
Yeah.
Dang.
Dang. 50 is
50?
crazy.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. What was David Petty's number back in the day?
I know it. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I know it.
Why? Because it's still his number or something like that?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
His books, the number 42 is significant.
Dang. What was
I think I know your number too, Jesse.
like my current phone number?
Yeah.
How do you remember this stuff?
Which I will also not say.
But how do you remember it, bro?
I think the first 3 digits of your phone number are the same as the first 3 digits of one of my siblings' phone numbers. And then...
Okay, wait, what are the first 3 digits?
Well, the first number times the second number equals the third number.
No, you got it wrong, buddy. You got
What?
it wrong.
No.
Yeah. I have a Bay Area area code.
Yeah, I'm not talking about your area code.
Oh.
Think past your area code. Of course I know your area code. It's the same as mine.
Okay, so you said the first times the second equals the what was it?
The first times the second equals the third.
Yeah, there you go. Dang.
Yeah.
There it is. So you just see a number and you're like, I got it.
And then then of the next 4 numbers, the second and the fourth number are the same.
Rainbow Teddy.
Dang, bruv.
Right?
No, he's real, bud. Pruess has got some skills.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that about Pruess's skills. So now these are like he's got the best bladder in the chess world and maybe one of the best number memories. Well, that's interesting, man. Well, one of the things I want to talk about on a future podcast is like the role of memory in chess. And my memory for that kind of thing is abysmal. But I know like Levon, if you ask him like to various memory things, he can remember all kinds of things. And of course, Magnus is the champ when it comes to that.
Rainbow Teddy, now if your mother took
And Jesse, speaking of champs, he did play bishop to 6-7, like I told you.
You're a GM today, bud. You're a GM today. There you go.
Bishop to 6-7 is crazy.
Okay, so let's think. What should white do?
Oh, there's you have aphantasia.
He's got aphantasia, yeah. Bruce has got the aphantasia.
Rainbow Teddy wants to know if your mom took Tylenol when you were pregnant.
I have no idea, Teddy.
David, how many games would you say? Like, is it possible? Maybe it's a dumb question, but how many games do you think you could rattle off by heart?
Yeah.
Not tons. When I was younger, it was tons.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, it was tons. Now there's some little, some little fuzzing, some missing moves and things.
It's but the end games, do you think you could botch up?
I might be able to play out somewhere between 10 and 20 games. Nothing very impressive.
Huh? It's crazy.
Well, David, one thought for Aronian here is if I didn't know what to do, maybe I would consider knight g3 with the pedestrian thought that if you play knight h4, I'll go back to f1 and we'll do a little drawing dance. If I felt nervous as white, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I should. It's kind of a difficult position for me to know.
So
I don't know. I don't really know what to do as white here, even though I like the white position.
All right, let's say I trade on g3, play knight e4. You can give the bishop and then take h6 and trap the rook. There's
Oh, I don't
queen
think that's an
h7.
even though.
Maybe you
Queen
shouldn't
h7.
eat that pawn. That might
No,
give
I
you
actually, if
indigestion.
that's the case, I shouldn't play knight g3. If you've got that, I should be playing knight g3.
Okay. I was just checking it,
Yeah. Oh, it's an interesting moment for white. Like there's like kind of like with queen f7 and bishop c7, black held his ground as like what? What do you want to do? It's very difficult for white to actually do something.
Yeah. H4 for who, Nordvik?
Food Chat says, I occasionally sell stuff on Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, I see with the queen here, h4 right now. Whew, okay. That is tricky.
What about?
I think h4 looks insane, but
Yeah.
honestly, if you're white, you're gonna look at it because it's hard to find ideas.
Yeah.
For us.
I agree. H4 looks kind of insane, yet maybe it's a move.
Maybe not. We could also play G3. G3 is also.
G3 it looks like you're really weakening the f3 square.
No, you're.
We got to move, I think.
Okay.
Knight e3. That's more the pedestrian thing that I was kind of thinking of. Yeah.
I had a pretty lame-o thought as well, Jesse. I was thinking of playing bishop takes g5, h takes g5, knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
And then like plunking it on g4.
I really like the way Levon's played the last several moves. I mean, Arjun's played great too, but he's making it look easy, like queen f2, knight f1, knight e3. But those were all not the first moves that came to this chump GM's mind.
Right. And remember, I didn't want to play knight f5 and trade the knight on g3 back when my knight was on h4.
Right.
And he's kind of like engineered me into position to do it. Mm-hmm. That said, I think tactically he has now allowed knight e4.
Uh-oh, we better look.
So I think knight e4 is playable. I don't think that Arjun is in trouble.
Okay, well, let's go down that road. So we queen comes off.
What do you mean queen comes off? I think against knight e4 you have to just trade it with your bishop.
No, fe4.
Fe4.
Knight g3.
Knight g3.
Queen g3.
Bishop g3. Queen g3 now. Yeah, sorry. Man, I keep getting this wrong somehow, this simple line. I'm sorry.
Now, sometimes these positions are really nasty for white because the king is a little open, but this one looks reasonable for white because I have knight g4 next.
No, you're totally right. I keep getting this wrong somehow.
Right. Go back. Gotta take a break.
I guess I get DE4. I get one pawn for my stupidity. And then the knight comes raging in. Yeah. Okay, knight e3. Be great if I could stop blundering that. Okay, maybe knight to d6. Knight to g4. Oops. Oopsies. Dang, 93.
This is a scary position, Mr. Kraai.
Mm-hmm.
And just to note that Levin has 18 and Argosy has 28.
Yeah. I think, the knock against Argosy, if you wanted to make a knock on him, would be to say that he has his success by being super prepared in the opening, by doing this thing like it's like an advanced Sam Shanklin where he likes to get ahead on the clock and really put pressure on you.
Yeah.
And that he's obviously incredibly strong tactically. But what's interesting about a game like this is you're seeing an old timer like black is still, I think, okay, but it feels to me like black is just getting outplayed.
Okay, let me calculation check Levon.
Yeah,
Knight
as you,
takes d4.
yeah,
Insane, right? I
it
just
looks insane. So knight g4.
knight g4, queen g7.
Ah, that's fun. But aren't you okay? So
I'm
but
probably blundering something. I'm aware. I'm just checking on the guy.
okay. So let's say I play rook e8,
Yep, rook e8,
bishop g5.
hg5.
Oh, so on rook d4, you're going to play bishop b6 on me.
Now
That's
against queen d4, I've got the rook e1 trickarooski.
yeah, yeah, okay.
And against rook d4, I'm going bishop b6 and saying, wait, you got no more dark squares.
Yeah, and this would be the example of a you know Levon doing nice positional things, but maybe knight d4 is playable. It's hard to believe.
It looks like a huge blunder, right? So it's like, how deeply do you check knight d4, knight g4 before you say, like, knight d4 is not going to work? I'm going to play knight e3. And then somebody comes up with something funky and they take and they queen g7 you. And, takes, rook e1's hanging. They trade and they still can't take.
Okay, hold on. Before we celebrate black here,
Yeah.
let's play bishop c3 instead of knight g4.
Okay, bishop c3 instead. Good point. But now you took my pressure off this h6 blah 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 stuff, right?
h6 blah blah blah.
So I play c5.
Maybe you could play queen f4 there.
Queen
It,
f4.
queen f4, I'll probably still play knight g4. But okay, you do your move. c5
Queen f4 from where with who?
with black. Threatening mate. But okay, knight g4.
Knight
Let's
e3.
see what you want.
Wait, knight e3. When could I play queen f4? At what point? Knight here, knight here.
So knight d4, bishop c3.
Yeah.
No. I played bishop c3 first. That was the whole point.
Oh, you didn't play knight g4 at all.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had your move order wrong. Bishop c3 here. I had knight g4, queen g7 already included.
Okay.
Okay, so you go bishop here. So I could just retreat my knight. What are you doing?
Where do you want to go?
I don't know, e6 or f5 or somewhere?
But then knight g4 looks really powerful.
Then you go knight g4. Wow. Okay, bishop d4.
He's looking at it too, buddy. If he's thinking this long, he's calculating some stuff like that.
Let's check the live.
No, I can't check the live anymore because they have the eval on there.
I'm trying to cook you here, Jesse. I'm calculating knight df3.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I know the move order you're playing, I'm not looking at queen f4. I'm not looking at c5. I'm looking at knight f3. What's wrong with c5?
But wait a second, Mr. Pruess. So
C5.
bishop c3, queen f4.
Yeah.
And then if knight g4.
Mm-hmm. Queen g4? Simple does it?
Well, on queen g4, there's rook e8.
Ay. Okay, so rook e1 check after knight g4.
Check. And then I'm assuming no, I can't throw in knight h6 check.
Well, you're in check, yeah. No
Zwischenzüge. You're in check, Kraai. What are you doing?
Kein Zwischenzüge, wenn du noch schon in Schach stehst.
All right, something like queen e1, I guess, is
Queen e1.
forced. But then you can do your knight df3 stuff.
Yeah.
Assuming. Okay, so that didn't work out for me, actually. Okay, so knight takes d4. Could be a thing that happens right now.
Yeah. So knight g4, queen g7, knight h6, check. Queen takes h6. Queen d4, queen h2. I'm just double checking one of my...
Yeah. Cooked, by the way, is an old chess term. I know it's a 6-7 term these days, but cooked is an old thing like Fisher and the old timers used to say.
Yeah.
I'll have to let Oscar know that.
Dog, I don't see a refutation to knight takes d4. I don't see anything conclusive for Mr. Aronyan. Maybe knight takes d5. We got to go.
Yeah,
searching.
that's what I was just looking at. It's pretty wacky though. Because first of all, there's queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many different moves black could do.
Queen d5. The idea would be rook e8, rook e8, bishop. Oh, but then it's still the back rank. I mean, it's still just simple back rank.
Yeah, yeah. And we mentioned this earlier as the big problemito in Casito. But in that final position, Bruce, I do have bishop e4, right?
Where?
Well, instead of rook takes d4.
Bishop g5, hg5, bishop e4 here.
Right.
Bishop e4 here should lose to queen e5 or d6 or something. Queen d6.
Oh, you're totally right. Yep, good move. Simple chess.
With a mate in the Casito. But you can play rook d4. Actually, the back rank doesn't immediately win. But I think you might lose weirdly to queen e5.
Mm-hmm. That looks terrible.
With the idea of like g3, queen e1, trying to pick up the bishop.
Or simpler, g3, bishop b6. Goodbye.
GG's.
And I got b6, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. So that's a delayed loss there for white, but a loss nonetheless. Dude.
All right, let me frame it. If knight d4 isn't playable, then black is, has got just long-term positional problems. So knight d4 is definitely, it's not just a tactical thing, it's the kind of spice that his position needs.
Also, it's potentially, 5 to 10 minutes of calculation, and then if it turns out it doesn't work, you're like, shoot. I just spent a lot of my money on that, on hoping that Levon had miscalculated something. The thing is, Levon played knight e3 in 5 minutes, so it is possible to miscalculate.
Or he could have just not, like me, he could have been like, no, I don't believe in knight d4 because I have so many different ways to seemingly get at him.
I currently believe in knight d4, Jesse.
All right, so let me try it again. So knight d4, knight g4. You wanted queen g7 is my memory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I don't know yet. But let's try rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e8. Queen h4. No, then, yeah, queen h4. Mm-hmm.
Knight e3
we have a move, by the way, knight e3, so he didn't believe it.
Wow.
This queen h4, though, I think there's a lot of different concerns for black, but that was one of them.
Okay. I'm going to go back to that for 1 second, folks. I know it's irrelevant, but we invested so much in it. I want to see Jesse's queen h4 briefly, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Big old threat there from queen h4, Jesse. That's a nice move.
I played rook e8 first, thinking it made a difference, but it might not make a difference.
Oh, sorry. Rook e8, rook e8. No, I think you're right. Now queen h4. That's much better.
All right, so my claim, David, is now after this knight e3, bishop e3, king g7 move, that white is better.
All right. Now, Jesse, I will say after queen h4, I can play knight f7, and I'm definitely not lost.
No, knight f7, I have knight f6, but...
Oh, that's why.
That's why I was like, let's take on e8 first.
Mm-hmm. Rough.
Yeah, so I think Where now it's an interesting spot where now they're getting close to equal on time.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said with the old guys, they a lot of times their hand knows where to put the pieces.
And let me say that knight trade was huge for white. Huge.
Yeah.
Really helps
Looks like
the
we got to
bishop
move
pair.
Queen F1.
Whew.
That's definitely not a move I would have thought of.
Ay, 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 Arjun.
So, I
Dang,
think
the old guy didn't even miscalculate knight takes d4.
Queen F1, I think, what are we talking about here? Maybe we can play Bishop G. Now that you're not going to nail me on F3 anymore, I can think about like Bishop G1 and slowly building the position. My queen might go back to D3.
Ay, ay, ay.
Now, I want to stress, it's not like black is toast. It's just that white has what looks to be like a classic two bishop advantage. And what white's really dreaming about telling black is that my king will ultimately be better than yours.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's easier said than done.
Well, for argument's sake, Jesse, it's not a traditional plan with a bishop pair. But what I'm thinking of from white's perspective is queen on d3 to tie them to g6 a little bit. And then maybe bishop f2 to g3. And try to put your rook on e5 in some move order.
So, by the way, I'm not sold entirely on queen f1. It looks fancy, but I'm not totally sold. Arjun plays rook e6, and I think the intention is to say, well, if you play a bishop g1 or something, I'm going to play rook f6 like a champ.
Jeez, Louise. That's insane. And just trade on f3 no matter what, or sack on f3 no matter what.
Well, I'm just going to hang it over you. Got this amazing game going on. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably until this either that situation outside collapses and I have to tend to screaming children, or until this game ends.
There was another hectic possibility here for black, which was rook e3, bishop takes h2.
Holy moly.
As pointed out by somebody in chat.
We're going to go to knees, right?
Kind of put this whole thing together.
So, will there be time?
That's a very playable exchange sacrifice.
To go there and back? Yeah, go for it. You should.
White can't take, I don't think, because of queen f4, queen e3 with like a plus pawn and a pretty good position for black. So after bishop h2, you just get one pawn back for your exchange. White can do whatever they want, something like queen e2. You draw
like
back.
rook de1 would be the critical question,
if
right?
you like, and
something
you
like that. Yeah.
But either way, the bishop just drops back to d6. Now all the squares are covered, and you know, just black just plays the position. It's possible. It was possible. It was possible. All right. He played rook e6. So Jesse's saying he's going to go rook f6. And then what, Jesse? What's the point of three heavy pieces attacking the f-pawn?
Well, the point is this. Is if I play bishop g1, as I thought maybe Levon's first intention was, I want to trade a rook or two. I want the more I alleviate the immediate tactical BS that black has going on, the more I think long-term my bishops in better king position will shine. So on bishop g1, I think maybe the intention with rook e6 is to say, well, if you play bishop g1, I'm just going to play rook f6. I'm going to say you can't actually do anything to me, and I'm always going to be threatening garbage like knight f3.
Okay. I think white would play bishop f2, not bishop g1, because...
I'll still play rook f6.
Okay. Because white's got to control e1, otherwise black just, doubles on the e file and takes the file from white.
Okay, yeah. Same thing, though. I think rook f6 is still coming.
Now, am I trying
I
to
don't know
prove
if
that I'm
that's
better or
something
equal?
White should be afraid of, but it's just that Black is maintaining dynamic thoughts while White is doing his positional BS, you know. Let's call it a tall versus Botvinnik dynamic. Yeah.
Where's the Dojo eval right now? We've been on one game for a while, so we could put a Dojo eval here if we wanted to.
Sure, I'll put in +3 for White, plus +0.3 for White.
I figured you would. I was already typing it for you in your spot. I put +0.1.
Okay.
I'm admitting, finally, that with the knight trade, it's become clear to me who's better. It's White.
Yeah.
Before I didn't know who was better, Jesse. Before that knight trade, I thought Black had a lot of play against the D pawn, lots of interesting themes. And man, Levon, knight f1, knight e3, making that work out was impressive. And I do slightly like his position now. In fact, I'll even say +0.1 something. +0.1
No.
6.
And also with the sensei, the other senseis would not allow me to use time as part of the equation in the sensei eval. They banned me from that. But if I were allowed to, I would say that 6 minutes, that's worth something. It's probably worth like 0.4. It's probably what it's worth. So if you want to think about it from that perspective, Black's better.
Yeah.
If you add the clock, then Black's better, even though his position is positionally a little bit worse.
Esipenko and Grebnev drew. So that's one other match that's going straight to the tie breaks. Everything else is still going, Jesse. I'm not trying to distract us, just doing my job of reporting on the event. So I'm going to update Grebnev and Esipenko's score here to 1-1. They played a game, folks. It was probably interesting. Bishop G1's been played, Jesse. Bishop G1, not F2.
I'm a GM today.
Wow.
Now, you know, the simple point of Bishop G1 is just to hold on to the H2 square and say that's really your only point where you're touching my coconuts, and I'm just going to hold that thing. And I think you were concerned about Rook E8.
Yeah.
But honestly, I could take, and you're not invading anywhere on the E file.
I'm invading on E2.
No, I can cover that. That's a light square. I own the light squares.
Okay.
You know Puedo play on the light squares.
You just Bishop D3, and what do you care?
Or I could play Queen D3 and say you're not touching anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rook E8 was played by Arjun, though, instantaneously.
Now, there I was wrong because I was guessing that maybe his intention was Rook F6, but you were a GM in that case with Rook Fe8.
Okay, little detail here. I was thinking, in addition to Rook E6, White could maybe play Bishop F2, but now I'm a little worried about Knight F3 as I think about it.
Yeah, I would say the basic time pressure thing would be Rook E6, Queen D3.
Yeah.
I got Rook E6.
Yep. Yeah, and then Queen D3 or Bishop D3 both look good. Queen D3 looks the most evil.
I'm going to go for 0.4, mostly because now I feel it's just easier for White to play the position.
Yeah, easier and getting easier, right? I mean, maybe Black just plays Knight E6. He's hesitating on the recapture.
Knight E6 is a thought, yeah. Rook takes E6.
Rook takes, okay. So that move tells me he wants to trade another rook. That tells me he's looking forward to Rook E1.
Now, if I play Queen D3, I don't see how you ever play Rook E1.
No, I mean, I think he's encouraging White to play Rook E1. He wants to trade the last rook if White contests the file.
And to be fair, I like Queen D3, but Rook E1 also an advantage for White. But actually, a Rook E1 fails dramatically, right? Because Rook E1, Queen E1, Knight F3.
Yeah, I guess so. Rook E1, Queen E1, Knight F3. Oops. That's lame to get mated like that.
Yeah.
especially when it's a bishop instead of a queen. But yeah. So I mean, something like your queen d3 could make sense
Oh, he's gonna play
here.
queen d3.
He could play h4 as well, Jesse.
Okay. And let's just say the more pieces that leave the board, the more plausible little building ticky-tackies on the king side will become.
Yeah.
Queen d3, I think, actually threatens h4, h5, because you have to go back to h7 and then h5 is the hell of a drug.
Yeah. Yeah, the closer we get to an endgame, the more h4 becomes a typical move, just shunting the knight, gaining a little space. Did you say that you wanted to move his valuation up to 0.4, Jesse?
Yeah, 0.4. But again, now it's 8 minutes on the clock, so at the clock it's going to be more like Black's favor.
Now that said, Jesse, he's got 5 moves to make to get an extra 30 minutes. So he's not in bad shape on the clock.
True, but as we saw with, let's say, the Shanklin game yesterday, just because you make time pressure doesn't mean the fact that you're down on the clock doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Even it's gonna like if you imagine trying to win this game, it's gonna be an 80-move game.
It's gonna be long.
Bad boy, yeah.
So you might still want your time later on. 30 minutes is not gonna fully fill you up.
Blowhot doesn't see the power of the bishops. He says it's equal. Or Black's better, excuse me. He says Black's better.
Black looks better. Okay, we both disagree with you for what it's worth. Bishop pair looks nice. White's downside, his Achilles heel is just the d4 pawn, Jesse, right? Just like it requires a little defense, that isolated pawn, and it's on a dark square. So it's the kind of square that Black can gang up on a little bit with the bishop and the knight.
Now, by the way, I think what he's thinking about, like Chump GM would have just played queen d3 immediately, because it looks so nice. But I think the issue is if queen d3, he's looking at queen f4 and then saying to himself, well, what would I do then if queen f4?
Queen d3, queen f4. Oh yeah.
Just to kind of pin you down and be like, well, what? What? All right, we got to move. What is it?
Yeah.
A3.
Wow.
Good.
Now there's a simple little move. Oh.
Yeah. And by the way, I can tell you exactly what he's thinking there. He is saying, I don't know exactly what to do. I don't see a threat from Black. And A3 is the principled right move because I'm putting the pawns in the opposite color of my unopposed bishop.
Yeah. By the way, Jesse, I think there was a problem with h4 right away. And I know in general, h4 feels a little too soon to you and me, just in general. Like we would want, maybe queen d3, bishop f2 first. But h4, there was queen f4. And simply hg, queen h4.
Okay, yeah.
And yes, after queen f4, you could try to play queen f2 or something. But then Black has knight e4. No, not 94. Not 94.
By the way, the other interesting thing about
rookie
A3,
2. Yeah, rookie 2.
Is that A3 also says, you know what, Black, you need to wonder if I'm going to minority attack you with B4, B5.
You think? Huh.
I don't know how big of a deal it is, but it's just a little option. It's like the correct pawn move anyway, and then it's an option just to hang over his head. I don't think, like right now, it looks very unimpressive to me. Black could respond with AB, AB, B5 as an example. But it's just something he's going to wonder about. All right, Black gets very frisky. Black gets very frisky and plays H5.
Frisky.
Holy. That's like it. Maybe that's a genius move. I think Black's intentions are pretty clear. He's saying H4 is a threat because if you play H3, your dark squares are permanently weakened. And if you allow me to play H3, that's a thing. So H5 at the minimum creates a crisis that we need to respond to.
Right. As we mentioned before, folks, it doesn't look like white's ready to challenge the pieces with rook e1 because of trades and knight f3. So white has to think about what to do about this pawn advancing. We've refuted the idea of h4 with queen f4, queen f2, rook e2 as just like a heavy refutation. So where do we stop black's h-pawn on its route? I did not like the a3 move, by the way, Jesse, but I was willing to say Levon's been playing like a genius, so it's probably a good move that I don't appreciate. But it's going to take some more time for me to understand how a3 was good.
Dude. Oh, okay.
What?
So Martinez and Hari Krishna, they drew, so they're going to tie breaks.
Oh, yeah? Hari Krishna and Martinez. Some simple moves. Finally, he traded on d6. Hari, I'm surprised by that. Yeah. Solid game. Never too much for either side.
Well played by Yosman.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing that he can play some positional stuff here for sure, as well as the tactical flair. We'll update the standings here.
We got to move after h5. He plays queen f2.
By the way, Jesse, I'm torn in the Hari versus Yospa match because I'm very excited about Hari Krishna as well.
No, Hari Krishna's an old man. He ain't got nothing, buddy. Come on now.
Well, Hari Krishna's been nice to me in the past, so he's somebody that I know personally and like. On top of the fact that he's played some sizzling games at this tournament.
Now, I want to admit that h5, okay, queen f2, so we're mechanically stopping h4, but like black, let's say queen f4, I have to admit to feeling a little bit of discomfort.
Also, Jesse, this may be not desirable for black, but technically black could still play h4 because of queen h4, knight f3. It's just a trade. I don't know.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
I
have a feeling he didn't realize that.
No, come on. He's noticed knight f3.
But, I mean, queen f2 looks like it's saying, because, wait a second. If h4, queen h4, knight f3, isn't it fair to say that in that position, black is better?
Better? I think it depends on detail. Oh, you're going to just trade into opposite-colored bishops immediately?
Something like that. It's hard for you to prevent me from, like, getting to... Well, maybe it's
So
not.
my most active square would be g4.
In any case, he plays my move, queen f4.
Yeah.
I don't know, because when I look at queen f4, I'm like, okay, maybe I can play h4, but there's no rush. What is, like, the queen f4 is the move that I'm like, well, what the F? Excuse me. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do now, bruv?
Maybe now you can play rook e1?
But then the king goes to h6 at the end, and I don't understand.
So what do you play after rook
Oh, wait
e1?
a second. Okay, let's look at it. You're right. So rook e1. Let's first look at snip, snop, knight f3.
Okay. I give the Chekaruski, which was my plan.
All right, so king h6, no lo puedo. Let's put that on the board. Bishop e3.
Yeah.
That's not what we wanted.
No.
Okay, true. So maybe on queen f4, I can play rook e1.
Now, if you back up with your king, I have queen e8, and then I'm taking on g6 with check, and I'm liking my chances.
Oh, well, that's crispy critters.
So maybe rook e1 here for Levon.
Your h4 move, maybe, if this turns out to be a good move for Levon, then your h4 move looked better. Well, yeah, okay.
I mean,
black could still play h4 here.
Right.
Even now.
Yeah, just rook e1, h4, right? Mm-hmm. Idea rook e6, knight e6, queen e3, queen e3, bishop e3, bishop b6. Right. And again, you've got the bishop pair in the endgame, but if I just win the d pawn instantaneously, I'm not going to lose an endgame like that. No?
Yep.
I hope not.
All right.
3 moves to make for time control, by the way, folks. That was move 37 from Arjun. Patrick says rook e1 might run into knight h3 here.
Wow.
More
Whoa.
forcing version of knight
Rook
f3.
e1, rook e1 on the board, knight h3. I have a feeling that's something you could miss.
Rook e1 got played. So, okay, we played h4, and we didn't think black was in big trouble.
Knight h3, bro.
Rook e1, knight f3 didn't work. So he was paying attention. He knew about knight f3, Jesse, right? Because he didn't play rook e1 until now. And this was the first moment where knight f3 didn't work. But now knight h3.
Okay, let's say I play queen f1. What's the dirty trick then?
Okay, queen f1. Let's try knight g1, threatening mate.
Oh, that's so cold, dude. That's so cold.
Here. Can't take here.
Rook e1, knight h3.
Knight h3 played in
board.
seconds by Arjun.
Oh, and Levon's shaking his head. I can see the feed here.
We're going to call it a blunder. We're going to guess -3 from me.
Dude, dang. That time pressure showed itself. Knight h3. Welcome to the Indian. I don't know what the Indians call it. They got their own dojo. That's game. Because queen f1's out. GH is out. Goodbye, Lucy.
Well, queen f1, knight g1, g3 is rook e1.
Yeah.
Queen e1, knight f3.
Ooh,
hitting the queen. Queen e7, and we come back. Oh, it's just cooked, man. Isn't it?
Yeah, the Armenian fans are not happy today.
I'm gonna adjust yours to -3 as well, Jesse, just for you.
Well, it's negative 1,000 now.
It's -1,000. Fine. Yeah. I mean, for us, it's sort of arbitrary. Once it goes beyond -3 at this level, it's just vaguely dead. So it doesn't matter if it's 4 or 8 or 20.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's brutal to watch Levon here, dude.
Knight h3.
Man, like I would have said, like last candidates was his, objectively maybe the best chance, the last chance. And now, dude, like I'm sure these people never give up the ghost. All these people who are 2,600, they've got the dream alive. Even though Magnus doesn't care anymore, they got the dream. Mm-hmm. And Levon, dude, you can just see is like, oh man, that was my life's hope gone in a one little pony move from some Indian chump.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, he's not thinking that Arjun's a chump. I mean,
you know what I'm saying, though. Yeah. He's like, I had this game. At least I shouldn't have lost it,
Okay, Grabsius asking, doesn't he just have queen g3? Well, black can trade the queen and then take the rook. Yeah. And that is a collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So... All right, so Saketh is telling you something important, Jesse. The Indians call it Akara. Welcome to my Akara.
Okay. Welcome to my Akara. Yeah. All right, I obviously have to Google it now. Yeah. Akara.
Yeah, Blowhot, we respectfully request that you not give engine evals under any...
Oh, dude, this is an important word. This is a cool word. I didn't know about this word.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go, bud. An Akara is a training school or wrestling ground where practitioners of traditional Indian wrestling, known as Kushti or Pelwani, live, train, and practice. Life in Akara is often highly disciplined, focusing on rigorous physical training, diet, celibacy, and devotion.
Nice.
Dang. So I didn't even know about Akara, dude. That's kind of amazing.
I never knew that you could focus on celibacy. I thought it would be enough just to ignore not celibacy. You would, like, focusing on your discipline would be enough.
Whew. So it also within Hindu ascetics, it's a kind of, they use it to refer to an organization, sect, or monastic order.
So it could be religious as well as martial, so to speak?
But these are often armed militant orders that historically protected religious sites and pilgrims.
Militant orders of...
of Hindu sadhus, Hindu
Right.
sadhus who
Sadhus.
are
I've heard that
ascetics.
before.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of like the Christians had an order of knights too, who were like, we're slaughtering you, but in the name of Jesus or something, right?
But
Like
they
the
didn't
Knights
have an
Templar. The Knights Templar.
but the Knights Templar never had an Akara. They didn't have a dojo, as far as I know.
Oh, I'm sure they had some kind of thing that was a cross between a military and a praying place to focus on their celibacy.
Did the Knights Templar have something like a dojo or a kara?
Ooh, other results. Some games are some blood is being spilt in the last moves of time control, Jesse. And you said the
Mhm.
6 minutes. And Aronian did make a miscalculation, a slip
Yeah.
up before time control. Yakubayev has just taken down Gabriel Sargisian, he of the epic defenses.
Mm.
But he seems to have hit him with some kind of something before time control. Why is this a resignation? It's just a transition into an endgame that Sargisian didn't want to play? What? You've survived worse than this, Gabriel? No. The bishop after the queen trade will go to f8. And the h file is lost.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Ooh. Aronian has resigned, folks.
Yeah.
Um, GM, you are not banned. I can see your comment.
Um, so we got the words preceptories or commanderies, and they were large estates that housed the order's administrative, financial, and logistic hubs. Yeah, there you go.
Sevian is also on death's door with 8 moves to make time control. He's in danger of
Let's go
getting
there, bud. Let's
knocked
go
out
there.
here by Wei Yi. Wei Yi, one of the few remaining favorites, but if 8 people get knocked out this round and they are not Arjun, Wei Yi, Lei Kuangliem, or Sindarov, it'll look a little less random next round.
And we could say that on Rook A8, it's just completely over.
Knight A4 played, and Jesse says Rook A8 is enough to end the discussion. Rook B7 to A7 should have a similar result.
Yeah, dude.
Or
Or you could play B3 now, too. It's not going to change anything.
You can also play B3 now. And that's what I would play in this position is B3, Knight B6, A4, and just say, dog, you're dead.
I think B3, Knight C3 would be Black's best chance. That's probably what Wei he's thinking about.
But then after A4, similar, right?
Yeah,
now your A7 pawn's still...
and then Black will try some Rook D6 or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Can try something.
Fair enough. Other possibility for White, anytime I see a knight on A4, I consider the move bishop to D4.
There you go, yeah.
And also a position I would never want to see from Black's side.
Though there he could play Rook D6.
Right, he can play Rook D6, and we play C3.
And then he got Knight B2. Oh, he doesn't know Knight B2?
Not even.
Yeah, that's also a good move. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, it's over 10 ways. It's over in 10 ways here. Like, if we put the Sensei eval here, it would be plus a million, but... looks like we're getting some heavy blood spilled today after 7 draws yesterday.
Wei Yi's a cool, interesting player too, where he's always been kind of in the shadow of Ding and stuff. But he's only 26, and he broke into the top 10 here, and he's got a good chance to make the rodeo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was like the youngest 2700 in history, I think, when he made 2700. He must have been something like 16 years old in some months, something just completely insane. I think Faruja has tied his mark. Maybe Gukesh, but he's one of like the absolute top child prodigies of all time. And then he had a period of semi-stagnation uh, for 7 or 8 years, which felt like a long time. But he was so young that when he made progress again 2 years ago, he's not that old.
Yeah.
Rook b7 gets played.
Danchenko might be a little bit better in his game with Lim Lee.
Let me see. Liam Lee.
That would be another 2650 player who's like, no one guessed that guy as the only German player to advance. No one guessed that one, man.
Dang, so that guy's up a pawn. Oh, c4, cold. Holy moly. I mean, he's either winning or he's not winning at this point, right? There is no better in a position like this.
Mm-hmm.
He's anticipating rook e7, king a6, I guess. And then white could have counterplay against g6, which seems too feeble compared to black playing the king into d3 and rook f2 to f3, maybe. Looks like he might be winning. He does have 1 minute to make 2 more moves here.
Yeah, mistakes are going to be made.
Who do you think is the favorite, Francois asks, in the Hari versus Martinez tiebreaker? I would have to say, as the time control gets faster, Jospem is a favorite against the older players.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I think Martinez is a noticeable favorite.
Mm-hmm.
No reason that Hari couldn't win, but maybe 60 or 65% favorite Martinez. Dude, knocked out today. Sargsyan, Aronian.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps Svane. I don't know. Has he?
I think he's done, but it's not officially over.
Has he found any chances? Pieces into the middle of the board. Isolated pawn. Chekaruski wins a pawn. Still everything to play for is my.
And then day after tomorrow, bro, we'll have it looks like Arjun against Wei Yi. That's our first, I think, matchup where we know it's going to happen. That'll be a battle. That'll be a big battle, dude.
Yeah. So Wei Yi played semi-simplistic, trading the rooks.
That was my first instinct, by the way. It's like, let's bring this position. Dang. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my sensei said that in positions with bishops versus knight, we want pawns rolling on opposite sides. That's what he said, man. This is what we got.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Pruess, I think I am done, but it's been a great stream.
Cool.
Yeah. And
enjoy
so
your Saturday
I guess
morning.
I'm going to see let's see. Tomorrow's tie break day.
Tomorrow's tie break.
So I'm assuming you're not going to be here.
I will not be here, but Shanklin will be.
Shanklin will be here. Yeah, so I'll be here tomorrow morning doing the Shanklin show.
Whew.
Looking forward to it.
Intense. Shanklin, Dubov. Shanklin takes on a former world rapid champion in a rapid and or blitz tiebreak.
Yeah, but
let's hope for him. Let's hope for him.
I've been logging my hours here with the Goa custom thing on the Dojo.
Goa task.
And so that's my custom task that I've given myself.
Right on. I haven't been logging my work.
You got to be logging your work, bro.
Yeah.
You got to log your work. And also, on that note, before I go, I will say, if you use code GOA, when you sign up for the Chess Dojo, you will get 20% off of this amazing website. And David should show, as a mark of shame, he should show his heat map that he has not been updating. Oh, buddy, I yell at those people on the grad show. I
Yeah,
yell at them pretty good.
here you go. My blank heat map. I have been working on my chess. I just haven't been logging it.
You gotta log it, buddy. Come on now.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right, you guys, I'm out of here. It was a great time.
Cheers, Jesse.
Bye.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's go to World Cup view over here. Whoops. Sorry. That's not right at all. Apologies. Trying to fix the camera here. Just gave you all a lot of camera. All right. So you can see the standings below. We've got Aragaisi and Yakubayev through already. And we'll probably have one or two more decided matches here today. It's not going to be as many tie breaks as it looked like at the start of the day. I think that Wei Yi's probably comfortably winning. So maybe I want to focus on the Donchenko game, maybe? Maybe that's an interesting rook endgame for me. Let's see how it's gone. So c3 here, king comes over, deals with the a-pawn. And white deals with the c-pawn instead of g6, which makes sense because also here, if you go rook f3, there is rook check, rook takes. So maybe black wants king b5 or king b6, something like that. I bet it's one of those king moves. Oh, they've just made time control, so they might play a little slower. Maybe we should get back to them after time control since we got some other games still going. Which games are still going? Savannah, Wei Yi, these guys. How many games are still going? 1, 2, 3. Oh, only 3 games still going. So far we've got 3 matches headed to tie breaks, 3 still going, and 2 decided. So we got here, here, and here. They're 1 move away from, man, 24 minutes to play bishop c8 for Sindarov. On the second to last move of the time control, rook c5 gets played. Still hope for Frederick. For sure. I mean, he's just up a pawn. Yeah, I mean, in Rapid and Blitz Francois, Martinez is not an upset against Hari Krishna. He's a mild underdog in classical, but he's drawn the classical portion 1-1. So now he's going to be the favorite tomorrow. Javokir, his match win is looking in danger. Maybe part of his plan was to go rook g8 check, bother white here. Then maybe bishop here makes sense. Even setting that up before giving the check. Let's look at that move for a second. Bishop here. What could white do that deals with rook g8? Most any knight move is going to run into rook g8, but the knight could go to h4 or e1 conceivably, right? And just hold like this. Wow, down to 1 minute is Sindarov at the last move of time control. Yeah, maybe you might as well send the white king into the corner, then put your bishop in charge in the middle. It does still feel holdable, but bishop takes h3. Oh, you mean he could make it all the way through all the rounds? Yeah, that is still a little bit of a long shot for anyone, but yeah, it is possible. And if I look where he is in the bracket, he would Martinez would next be up against, where is he in this bracket? He would next be up against after Hari Krishna, he'd go up against maybe the Sindarov matchup. Right? The Sindarov versus Svana matchup that we're currently seeing. Okay, so we've got a suggestion here. Maybe you could go bishop takes h3. No, he's played rook g8. Let's just see that move for a second. Bishop takes h3. White's got no checks. They're covered. Pawn takes, rook check, king over, king takes, rook check, king here, rook takes. This rook ending looks a little miserable, but maybe, maybe it's just enough to save yourself like so. That looks holdable, plausibly holdable. But he gives the check, sends the king into h2. And they make time control. So now, does he want something like bishop b7? There could also be rook f5 then, huh? Maybe that's why he didn't play bishop b7 here. Remember, I looked at this for a moment, but we hadn't mentioned this move. Defending the knight very solidly, right? You don't want bishop f3, rook f3 check. And just planning to take this pawn next. But the question remains here, if not bishop b7, what are we doing, right? We're down a pawn. King here. Rook check. Back up. Ooh, it's going to be... it's going to be some defensive play needed by Sindarov. I do believe that it's probably possible to hold still, but... not obvious. Not obvious. No move yet from Donchenko. He spent at least 7 minutes on this move because it's move 41. And he got 30 minutes added to his clock last move. So there's a little difference between king b6 and king b5. King b5 allows maybe the move rook c5 check. And then if you take, there's rook here. And here, here, here. This looks like the shape of holding for white, to me, at first glance. So to king b5, rook c5 check, I think then you'd have to go back king b6, which is possible. You can play king b5 and then step back and not allow this counterplay and say now this pawn's not defended. And next we're coming for these guys. Maybe rook here threatening check. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. That's saving the game for white, I believe. So then it should be king b6, which he's just played. He's just played king b6. That seems to be the correct move by Donchenko. Rook c5 gets played. And now you go here. Actually, maybe with this move, order rook g2 is simpler. You don't let the king start activating. Because I assume that white's looking at, bringing the king up towards counterplay in some case. Here, maybe rook here is next. So you've got this available. And that keeps the black rook honest from going after other pawns. So maybe slightly better is you come here for, you come to rook g2 first after this. Don't allow the king to get up. But if white goes rook e5, we just have to take and we get the same position. No, rook e3 check to f3 wins. Okay. Rook check here, rook check here. Still a pretty good threat right there. It's on a knife's edge, this endgame. Rook g2 played. I agree, Francois, although I wasn't watching it closely at the time, but it did seem like Sindarov was really, really safe before he sacrificed / blundered / whatevered his pawn. Which, yeah, we don't know why he did whatever he did to his pawn. So here... Okay, let's follow that analysis just a little bit further. Rook e5 makes sense for white, right? Just activating the rook. We got to get counterplay or this rook will just keep going through things. So get the rook active. That's basic. Takes. Now rook check king here looks bad. Black can take care of the pawn and just sit on the 2 extra pawns then. So it makes sense to activate the king. We could bring the king this way to try and defend the area. It seems feeble. Or we could do this, which is what I tried first. Last time I played king d2, rook g4, king c3, rook h4, rook e6, king b5, rook g6, rook h3, king d4. h4. My idea is to set up rook f3, h3 at some point here. Maybe white can be tricky about it. That would be a draw, by the way. Rook h6. Rook h6 looks holding. King d4. That seems to hold for white. King d4 was nice. That's nice. I'm not quite able to beat white here myself so far. Good moves. Good moves. Oh, yeah. Rook g2, rook e5. Gotta take. Okay, maybe I don't need to go after the h-pawn right away. Is there any way I can bring my king over? Like this. Abandon this. And try to hold my extra pawns. He gave up G6 willingly? What do you mean? He played Rook G2. He hasn't given up G6. That's just me trying out some moves, Patrick. All that analysis. Yeah, Renga, get paired with him. Do it. Rook E5. Yeah, predicted that. That's all in the analysis over here. Okay, so let me try my new move here. I'm going to try King C7. So white could still try and get after this pawn, or they could play B5. I think it's too early to commit to the B pawn for white. You play a move like B5, and I will play King D6, which sucks for your rook. Here. Oh my god. B6. I gotta be careful. Pruess gotta be careful, but I can make this work. You gotta keep me out of B2. Here. Ay. My rook can't get back if you go this way? Maybe even here. And then this. No, you gotta stop me from that. And then I could come this way. And I'm winning. It looks very tenuous, but I'm winning there. So King C1. King C6. Rook check. King B7. King's down here. Does black have any juice, though? White's basically going to say, moving back and forth, come and get me. In fact, they could even reduce black's options by taking this away. Yeah, Renga. Yeah. Hey, Dave. This looks holding for white as well. Oof. I know blood is exciting, folks, but it feels like Liam might hold this one. Rook E5 played. Rook G3 played. King E2 played. King C6 played. Oh, so the white king went this way in the game, not here. So uses a slightly different defense than what I expected. But does the move King D6 not win for black? No. White has a couple options, like Rook A5. Yeah, black can't lose, Patrick. I was just trying to win. Just trying to win. So Kaylin, I think, is saying Rook G4, just take H4. But white's going to check you here, right? And then you make some king move, perhaps? And white just waits like this. And in general, if you play rook takes h4, rook takes g6, that'll be a draw. You want to try king b5? Sure. Oh yeah, king b5 is winning here. You just leave the rook on g4 and take the pawn. It's new to me, this king on f2, because I had expected Liam to play the king this way. So yes, in this position, rook g4, check, king b5 looks like an easy win for black to just take that. So let's say b5 check here for white. Okay, that's going to be better. If king here, we can just wait around. Rook g4 has just been played, by the way. Here, white can sort of wait around. And anytime you take here, white will check and grab here, with the idea of attacking the f-pawn before your king can get over. Maybe black could win like this, you know, just yar, king. Actually, rook h3 might be easier than rook h2. And this move saves. Okay, so hang on. So I gotta get my check. This happens. No, let's not do that. Let's just go. Takes and takes. Is this winning? I think white can draw. I'm not the best at these little theoretical positions, but basically, I suspect white can just barely draw. This is like death's door for white. I think you can go here, 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 check, for example, right? Here, here, and now you take this, and checks from the side. You take over the A file with the rook. The thing is, if black can achieve this position here, king e2, e3 with the rook on the A file, it's winning for black. If you only get the distance of the B file for white, you lose. But I think rook e5, king f4, attacking the e-pawn forces the black to cut you off on the f file. If they ever come this way, you come here again, right? So they have to give up the a file, I think, to advance the pawn this far. Now black's threatening rook a2, maybe winning, but now rook a5, drawing, I believe. Even here, it looks like the pawn's about to just go through, right? But it's the checks that hold it. Yeah. I'm only like 60% confident on that. I'm really not very good at this, at all the positions right around the long side defense. This is called long side defense, by the way, folks. And Uh, there are many scenarios where this is drawing. Whereas if your king's on this side of the pawn and your rook's on the short side, it's basically always lost. So this has drawing potential, although it's tricky. Okay, rook g4 was played, but then rook c5 check, which was not our main move. Rook g4, rook c5. Huh. Our main move that I suggested was b5. Instead, we get rook c5. So, two options for black here. This one looks like it'll allow too much counterplay. This is threatened. The point is that black can't get to the pawn with the king. h4. If rook h1, king c6, b5, h3, rook there, king c5, black wins. So I don't fully understand. This looks like the king could go either direction. This direction, what white's going to do is probably play something back like this, right? Saying rook h4, rook here is ready. I suppose black could even play a weird move like king b7 just to be off the 6th rank, but maybe white keeps giving checks with the rook till you commit. In any case, Donchenko didn't think too long about it. After 1 minute, plays king d6, allowing the rook c1 b5 thing, which I think doesn't quite work for white. The black rook can't quite be bottled up in this area. It gets back before the pawn queens. Maybe if the pawn were on b5, it would be enough for a draw here. Because in this line here, this h pawn takes a while to get there. Finito, says Francois. This game here, Francois, is done. White definitely still has some defensive options, like rook a5 with the 6th rank threat. Well, I don't know if you mean it's finito draw or finito win. I don't know for sure here. Yeah, rook a5 is the only defense I'm seeing here for white to try at this point. Rook c1, rook h4, I don't believe that the b pawn matters enough or is fast enough. So I think you've got to threaten the g pawn. The other variation was finito. Okay, yeah. So here's rook a5, and then what do we want to do for black? Rook a5. It's not even ideal conditions to make the trade, honestly, because after the trade, our king's not even getting to b4 so easily since c5 is covered, right? So there was a variation where I took this and came back to d3 and it was close. This one's not even close. It's an easy draw for white. So I think if white plays rook a5, Donchenko's going to move the king back this way. I think he's going to try this. just repeating because of this idea, which would win. So I think he'll try repeating, and white will go rook c5 again, and maybe then he'll try king to the 7th rank. Oh, there's more checks then, huh? Maybe king here, rook here, rook here. We could get back to this one, right? Oh, this one I'm like a full tempo slower than before. So this looks like a very solid draw for white. Right there. Yeah, rook a5 still looks like it holds for Lei Kwang Liem. Right here. In grave danger against Donchenko. Donchenko is a great tournament so far. You know, I don't know if there's anyone else in the tournament in Donchenko's situation. Donchenko has not played a rapid game yet this entire tournament, folks. And he played round 1, unlike the top seeds who didn't have to play round 1. So Donchenko has a 2,800 plus performance here, all in classical chess. He beat a 2260 2-0. Then he beat a 2650 David Anton of Spain, who has been 2,700, very strong player. He beat him 1.5, 1/2. Then he beat Anish Giri 1.5, 1/2. Then he beat Matthias Blubaum 1.5, 1/2. He's very close here, but I think that Liem should be able to force the first tiebreaker against him with rook a5. Very close. Chess Lover saying it doesn't surprise you for Shanklin to be America's last hope here. Yeah, is Sevian out? Let me double check. He was not yet officially out, but he was losing to Wei Yi, right? Let's see what's happened here. Knight b2, king f2, king e4, trying to keep the white king at bay, to keep white from playing a4. Looking for counterplay. He's not done yet. He's not done yet, is Sevian. Wei Yi has not made any progress in the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes and 4 moves of the game. They haven't played a lot of moves, but he hasn't made any progress. Now threading this pawn. Maybe a time does come where Wei Yi starts moving the c-pawn. But here it would just give up this pawn, right? And then here. Game over. No hopes for white. You know, just easy. Easy, black's back in control. So it feels like he's got to play bishop d4 here when he's making no progress after knight b2 so far. So, he's not out just yet, Chess Lover. He's on death's door, but he's not out just yet. And Jesse said he would have gone for rook a7, trading the rooks, and just playing the pure bishop ending. Jesse may be stronger than me at these kind of decisions, but for whatever it's worth, I personally preferred keeping the rook and bishop on the board. I thought my pieces were better. I didn't want to break up my pawn structure. Trade my a pawn for this b pawn. No, I think that a pawn's really weak. So I liked the idea of playing either bishop d4 or b3 better here. So we had b3, which looked like this. And these pieces are kind of frozen here. The rook's going to come here at some point, keep black frozen to the a pawn. Gives you time to centralize your king, or maybe to even advance the c-pawn. And then a second idea was bishop d4, just freezing the knight against the side. Against knight b6, then we have to play b3. So I don't like this better than b3a4, but it was another idea. I think b3a4, that's what I would do. That looks massively killer. A healthy 3-on-1 majority, and the a pawn, a weakness under pressure, looked much better to me than the rook trade. Though both should be winning. And here we are. You know, Wei Yi still looking for progress. In general, he seems to have been wanting to prevent f3, so he's not been playing a move like king d2 ever since black's pawn got to f4. But maybe you could play g3 and keep it going. Let's see. No, then here and here and here. It's huge counterplay. And if the king ever comes over, black just cleans up the queen side. Yeah, it looks like he's got to go back to d4 simply. Does this have a benefit? I suppose, potentially. Bishop e1 could be played as well, Foos. I'm not sure what the benefit would be compared to bishop d4. I guess it would be that you could play c4 at some point. Your bishop's not hanging here. But since black's next move is knight b2, you don't have c4 or a4. Your king's busy stopping f3 for now. We don't see how Wei Yi is going to get either pawn going against the light square blockade if his king has to stay around f3. King d2 in the live position, chess lover, or after bishop e1, knight b2? King d2 in live position. Okay. So then I'm trying f3 for Sevian, which I've sort of concluded presumably is what Wei Yi is worried about, since the moment black played f4, he moved his king back this way, right? Literally his king just came from e2, right? So if knight a4, you would think king d2, he'd be repeating, he'd be allowing this f3 maybe, but he's just played c4. The bishop's cutting the king from coming over, but knight c3 to a2 looks like a draw to me. So maybe it was more major than we realized, the rook trade maybe being a mistake. It's easier to start wondering about that now when we see Wei Yi struggling to make progress. Knight check, king d2. Knight takes, bishop c5, maybe? Is there any world where knight c3, king d2, knight here, bishop c5 is the point? We've got a bind around that knight planning to go this way. And the king can't currently get at it. You could wait here to play king d3 once the white king's on b2. That's not going to be enough to save the game, is it? No, far from it. Even with these pawns traded, this is a theoretical win for white. It's the right color rook pawn, and all you need is to hold these squares. So, oh, maybe this move is super evil. Okay, one last hope. I could go... No, two last hopes. I could play g5 or king g4. g5 takes here, 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 here is probably not correct. So let's say king here. Actually, just something like this should be simple enough. was too much. Freeze. And that's an easy win. King defends this. Bishop can stop the 2 pawns. If the king ever comes to help them, then you queen faster. Okay, so at first, when I was thinking about c4, knight c3, I missed the idea of bishop c5. So I thought knight c3, king d2, knight a2, c5, knight b4 would be an easy draw for black. But in fact, after bishop c5, I think there's no hope for black. No way to trade off enough pawns or get enough counterplay to stop king b2. Sevian has played king e5 instead of checking and taking. So Wei Yi is now making progress. Twitch has stopped saving past broadcasts? Well, that should be a big complaint for me too, Grenborg. Are you sure? And why would that happen? That's so weird. Let me look. Videos. Recent broadcasts. 8 days ago, 7 days ago, and then nothing. Uh-oh. Shoot. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Gren. We'll try and find out what happened to our account. Okay, so at the moment, looks like Wei Yi is able to make a little progress now. King can improve itself to f3 or d3. And like in most scenarios, these outside pass pawns would be enough to win this endgame. So we don't know for sure yet, but king here with the idea of putting the bishop on d4 would be very critical, right? I mean, once the bishop's on d4, it's gone. So black would have to play knight b2, hitting the king and pawn, and then on king c3, knight d1, taking the bishop. That must be hoppity hop. It doesn't look like it should work, but actually it does, I think. So no king d3 just yet, which would be an easy way to knock it out. No SB. Why would we ever not want our content to be there? I mean, So maybe king f3, maybe a little move like a3. I don't know for sure, but we're going to glance over at Lei Kwang Liem versus Donchenko again, because somebody said Donchenko's cruising. Rook c4 was played, not rook a5. What on earth? 14.5 minutes from Liem. What's the idea of the move? Pawn on h4 gets captured. So now we've got the situation where the king's cut from the b pawn by the rook here instead of here. So it must be to stop an f4 move, and if rook check, he's going to go here to stop h4, h3. And if king here, you're just going to check every time and come back and say you're holding this here, here, here. Takes, here, here. This is just a winning king and pawn ending for sure. And on rook e3, rook here, rook g3. Oh! Dang. That's really misfortunate. That's really misfortunate. Rook c4 is a weird move, Patrick. I don't yet know if it's a blunder. It's a very weird move. Can I win with f3 instead of fe? That looks like I should be able to win, right? We've got a move coming in, I think, from Donchenko. He's played rook g4 check, king h2. Okay, so that's exactly the line we were just investigating. Gren is saying maybe h4 rook g3 could win. But let's just look at this f4 move again that we were just looking at for a second. Because potentially that's a very conclusive move to bust the rook out of here. Rook e4 f3. If takes, it's a protected passer, which would normally win. But e4 and the pawns are too spread. King e5, b5. King d6. So White have e5? No. Just waiting move. Waiting move, waiting move. And White wins. Wow. So f3 loses for Black here, folks. Rook takes g4, winning for White. Oopsie. Rook c4. Okay, so maybe not f4 in this position. Donchenko working on this problem right now. King c5 instead of king e6. Right here, king c5. Holy moly. That wins. Okay. King g3. Okay, so b5. King here. If here takes and you're still in the square, if here, takes, here, and you get back. Oh, the king's just in time here. And king g3, king c5. Winning. So it's winning for Black. Thank you, Yellow. Paying attention. Patrick's saying idea of h4, b5, h3, b6, rook g2. But the problem, Patrick, is that if you do this, White just takes it. Right? That's why the kings went to the h file instead of the f file. So you can't use the h pawn to get the rook out. If king h3, rook g1. Well, yes, but you get the rook out, but you gave up this pawn. It's not going to be. Basically, you're not going to be winning. White can sort of, I don't know, even just sort of wait around and then go after these pawns. If you ever do this. Actually, I guess like the simplest would be to just chase your rook with the king. Yeah, that's the simplest. Ask the simplest question right here, king h2. Basically, if your rook goes behind here, then we go check and take, draw. And if you stay on the g file, then we do our counterplay. So we just ask the rook what it's doing and draw for White. Okay, so let's try something else. Fu says h4. And the point of h4 would be b5, rook g3, b6, rook takes e3. We get out in time, it seems, and we've got 4 pawns, which is good. Now rook b4 could be tried. And that looks like a problem. right? We haven't tried g5 yet, no. We tried f4, which looked like it won by force, and now we're trying h4 anyway, just to try something else. I might not even have a way to sack my rook for that pawn. I might be able to draw 4 pawns against a rook, but how do I even get there? Looks like white wins, right? With this move here. So h4, rook g3 looks slow. g5 looks even slower than h4. I don't know if we should look at g5, Dave. Given that h4 was too slow and g5 looks slower than it and f4 was winning. This is literally the live position. He's got a very important move to make here, Donchenko. I think f4 is the move. But it's really not obvious. The king and pawn ending that we're envisioning with f4, rook e4, f3, rook g4, h g4. You have to calculate this somewhat carefully. A lesser player than these two could misevaluate this as a draw or a win for white. We currently think it's a win for black, but we could be getting that wrong still. You want to play g5 and then f4, but g5 doesn't particularly help you play f4 here. You can already play it. Like, in what way does g5 improve f4, you know? g5, b5, f4. White still has rook e4, same as before, but now b6, fe, b7 looks like I don't know what we're doing, right? We should probably be double checking that pawn endgame. I agree, Foos. Because that's probably critical. Let's double check also that white doesn't have a better move than rook takes right here, Foos. That's worth doing as well. Because white might even have a surprise move like rook f4. Huh? You know, where did that come from? Oh, this is kind of a good puzzle. I think the only good move for black is h4. Maybe that's obvious, but it looked tricky to me. It took me a second to notice it. Stopping white from playing king g3. If they play b5, sure, we deal with it. And if they come here, we go h3, king f2, h2. So rook f4, ef, h4. Dealt with that. Winning for black. Let me look if there's any other move for white other than this. Rook d4, I think takes, g5 should be fine. In general, a position like this, if your king may not be able to take all the pawns, but he can hold them. Do I even have to go back? Maybe I don't even have to go back, right? Just come like this. If b5, if b6, we take it. If d5, we take it. Yeah, so the king's fine here. Enough room. Why even go back? So I think rook d4, it looks like we can handle it. And just keep going for black. Yeah. And in fact, funnily enough, h4 might be even more precise here. But whatever, black's winning. So Other move for white would be keep it in the rook endgame. But then as black, the rook ending looks pretty good to me. I'm thinking g5. Idea is to be able to take and defend my f-pawn. Rook here, forcing us into this. I don't know which way is better for white. Either way, it looks like they are in trouble. That pawn is so far from causing trouble. And I guess we could just queen with check. If the king comes this way, we'll give a check here, here, cramping the king. I think 3 pawns, I haven't studied 3 pawns, only 2 pawns, but I'm going to assume that 3 pawns can't be stopped by a king and rook. However, like, clever they try to be about it. And this pawn's just too slow to be changing things, right? But basically, yeah, we can always keep things going. Try rook e8. Sorry, I don't know when to try rook e8. I tried rook e8 here, but I was going to maybe double check the pawn endgame next. F4, rook e4, g5. But when you play g5, Kalen, why would white play e takes f4? We've got a move from Donchenko, and it's king d5. After 11 minutes, rook check, king d6, repeating. And white can just go back to c4 if they want to. So he did not find anything. He got down to 4 minutes on the clock and then repeated positions. Let me see this rook takes g4, this king and pawn ending again, okay? Because I also do have a thought for white to try and hold it now as well. f3, rook g4, hg4, e4, king e5, b5, king d6. No, wait, what? How is white okay, Foos? I thought I had some idea, but I'm not seeing it. If you don't play b5 here, black can take, and they're still in range here. If we don't play e4, if we play something like king g3, then there's this nice move, king d5 for black. Now e4, they can take it, and they're still in range. And b5, they can come take that, and easily in range of e8. Right? So, yeah, double checking the king and pawn ending, it still looks lost to me. Here, Liam avoids the repetition with rook c4 and plays rook c3. What? Donchenko is gaining time. Yeah, but I mean, you understand he spent 12 minutes on this move and then repeated. So, I mean, if you're white, I mean, you're not convinced that he sees something to do, no? The squaring of those pawns was pretty tricky in that king and pawn ending. They were far enough apart that Yeah, you could look at it once or twice and not be sure you've got it right. But I'm going to say I had it right. Homeless, how is it not obvious? Well, it took us a few minutes to calculate it, and dozens of people in chat were not confident about the variations, including strong players. So it's not obvious because the variations are long and tricky and slightly unusual. But I think it was winning. I can't imagine, Patrick, that Liam is trying to win. He must have seen that something with Rook C4 was losing, and so he tried to, take advantage of the repetition to get out of it. But frankly, I mean, this move looks like it should still be winning with the rook here or here, right? Like here, 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 and you transfer the rook. And the pawn's not far enough to start playing moves like rook b3, especially if black's pawn is faster, right? And every king and pawn ending is winning. So f4, maybe white would take it and then play here. But frankly, how could black not win this position? Like, the b-pawn's really not a big threat yet. I've got plenty of time to even defend myself. Wait, rook c6 check. Am I blundering that? Hang on, let me check. I may have just blundered rook c6 check. Here, here. I played rook f3. Okay, so that's a chance for white to do this. King g2. I probably blundered that rook check. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it's a little bit messy. Let me not blunder that check. I don't have to by any means. So b5. Maybe g5. Pawn here. Rook check. King here. Rook here. I mean, just some simple-ish moves, right? No, I'm pretty confident that f4 should do it, so I don't know what Donchenko's up to. He gives rook h4 check, slightly weird move. Maybe he's just going to repeat one time here as well, rook h4, rook g4. But, I mean, he spent a minute on rook h4, so again, he's not going to gain any time. Maybe he's able to gain some time if Liam thinks for a while. I mean, pretty much Liam should be playing king g2 very quickly because your opponent's got 3 minutes and doesn't know how to win the position. You don't give him any time. You do something like this, you're introducing his rook getting out. Why give him extra options? You gotta just blitz as white here. Got to. Yeah, it's hard to know what it is, Lasse Sundeskak, but either Donchenko is like, not as good at some particular kind of endgame that's here, or he's got nerves, or he's got fatigue, or a little of nerves and a little of fatigue, but he does not seem to see the goal. And in those cases, I think it's a real mistake for Liam to give him time to think here, or even to rest, even if Donchenko just rests while Liam thinks for 3 or 4 minutes. It's probably hard to rest when your chess career is on the line the way it is here with the candidates tournament spots at the World Cup. But, even letting him rest for 3 minutes would still be a mistake. Now, it would be fun to play this game, Santos Sud. I wish I were playing this game. I would put Liam away. I would put him away. Rook c4 really looked like a mistake to me. It's fun to calculate these lines for black. Weird to see Liam thinking so long. We're going to click to the other two games real quick. We haven't seen Svana's game in ages. So after King H2, Bishop B7 was played in like... And he didn't play Rook F5 here. Which we had thought looked like an interesting and plausible move for white. He played Knight H4. And then the bishop just comes... We talked about this position being pretty solid for black. G4, rook gets active. Grabs B2. And just offers a draw without playing it out? So Sindarov is through, but what kind of a draw offer is this? I mean, it seems like once the rook gets out, black should draw, but that's a little bit weird. Let's see what's going on at the end here. Oh, he's probably worried about this move now. Yeah, he can't stop the B pawn himself. That's why he offered a draw. Black has achieved the needed counterplay, right? So we're looking at something like here, 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 like this. Maybe put the rook outside of the pawn to go here and have bishop A2 instead of a rook trapped on A2. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. So, I mean, to me, the really big question in this game, towards the end at least, is why here white didn't play rook F5. Because once they play knight H4, decentralizing that knight, getting stuck on the side by the bishop, here I feel that black's holding the game, and, you know, G4 is a natural move because your king and knight are stuck there, so you're making room for them. But then the rook just gets active, and that's going to start, you know, trading off pawns, just like in the game. So that's, yeah, that's really my only question about this game is why not rook F5 at this point here. And so now we have 3 matches decided. Sindarov through, Yakubayev through, and Erigaisi through. So that's definitely 2 favorites in Sindarov and Erigaisi who've made it pretty far. Yakubayev doing pretty well in an emptier side of the bracket where other people have knocked out his toughest opponents. He may also not have played a tiebreaker yet. No, he did play a tiebreaker with Tai Dai Van Nguyen of the Czech Republic. I remember that. He beat Pranav Sargsyan. Yeah, he hasn't faced any 2700s yet. He's cruising through an open bracket for the moment. Yeah, Yellow, I don't know about today, but yesterday we had 68 people who'd put their names on the waiting list, including enough people for us to open up an 1800 plus group. So as it stands, we'll have game and profile workshops for 1800 plus, and we'll open up a second section of Najdorf for 1800 plus. Okay, some moves in the Donchenko game. He repeats the check, then plays f4 the second time, ef4, rook f4, b5. Here, rook c6 is threatened. We looked at g5 last time, which looked easily winning for black. I also had the move Donchenko played in mind as well, which is king d5, getting out of rook c6 check, and supporting this pawn. So now, if white plays b6, he might be thinking of just bringing the rook back to deal with that pawn. And if rook c6, he might be able to just run his e-pawn, right? e3, rook takes g6, e2. Looks thoroughly convincing. Short winning variation. So rook b3 is played. And to my eyes, he's got rook here to here. Or rook here first. Looks winning for black in some way. Got to still be careful, but 3 or 4 minutes plus the 30-second increment, I would expect to win this position at this point as black. I agree, Mr. Pizza. Normally, Dubov is a stronger rapid player than Sam, but the same could be said for Report. You know, Report is on a comparable level to Dubov, and Sam trounced him very, very overwhelming and convincing 2-0. It is expensive yellow, yep. Okay, we've got a move from Donchenko. He didn't have a lot of time, so he had to make a move pretty soon. He plays king here. This might be looking at racing the e-pawn against the b-pawn, you know? Like, he might be looking at rook b1 as a likely move, e3. Here, here, here. And then maybe this. This could be a concept for Donchenko and how he's going to win. If you ever play b8, you just take it and queen, right? And meanwhile, the king's close enough to the e-pawn to defend it. White's king is cut off, and black's got 2 extra pawns to win any theoretical position that comes up. So it looks like a way to win. Rook b1 played, and now I'm maybe guessing e3 for the next move. Does anyone see a way to Dubov may be more consistent, Kalen. But Report does have a higher FIDE rapid rating at the moment. I mean, he's definitely a high-level opponent. Does anyone see a way to disrupt e3, e2 idea? If you ever attack the pawn, I want to defend it with my king. If you attack my rook, I'm okay with just coming here. I've still got the king cut off, and this is my general plan. Could try checking my king, but you don't have distance for your rook. No room to check this king forever. I don't think so right now, yellow. I think for January, there's pretty much no way we make a separate section for 2100 plus. I think the breakdowns would be 1800 to 2200 anyway, and then it would be 2200 plus at some point. And the 2200 plus, Kostya, Jesse, and I would all be in the students class, and we'd be hiring a strong GM to coach us in the way that we're coaching other people. Along with other, dojoers that are in that range, of whom there are only a few, but there are a few. Then we'd have to be hiring somebody like the people we're watching here today, Then we'd be hoping that Sam wants to lead those group classes for us. Rook f7 played. Okay, so I'm wrong. It was not to run this immediately. Looked really crushing to just get that e-pawn down there. There comes the king. Okay. And Again, I don't see the advantage of this compared to f8. He's not doing it my way, so I don't know what he's up to. Now he plays rook b7. So he just wants to take the last pawn and then hope he's got enough left to win. Okay. Hard for black to lose this now or even draw. Well, it's very important that black win this. You know, they're not trying to draw it. Trying to take out another favorite is Alexander Donchenko, and like I felt for a while here like he should have it. But yeah, he lets the white king out of the bag. This is not the technique that Pruess feels comfortable with. On rook b5, which presumably is his plan, because if he did all this to now play king d3, I'd be pretty weird. So presumably rook b5, of course, the king and pawn ending's winning, so white's going to play something like rook e1 or g1 in response, right? Rook b5 played, rook g1 played. And now I guess he could play g5 check. He could play king d3. He's got a lot of moves. I mean, it should be winning. He's got a million pawns. You're saying he can't take g6. Isn't it an easy conversion? To me, it looks like an easy conversion, Mr. Pizza, but since Donchenko's playing different moves than me, it's hard for me to be confident, right? Like, if he were playing the moves that I'd planned, then I would tell you, like, 100% black's just winning. Because he's playing different moves than me, every single move I have to readjust to a new position, and so I don't know for sure if it's winning. We've got a couple candidate moves here for black. Honestly, king d4 is kind of the same as king d3. Because if you go king d3, you're going to get checked and then captured here. It's not so obvious, is it? Not so obvious. Nope. Not so simple, Mr. Pimple. Very different than king d3, rook g6 question mark. Right? Because here, the king can get under the pawn, and it's still going. Whereas with rook g3, check, king d4, rook takes. If you push, check. So rook g1 played. He's got a minute left now. That's the other thing that makes me not guarantee that he's winning, right? When Mr. Pizza asked, isn't it an easy conversion? Dude would have saved 5 minutes on his clock if it were easy. He would not go down to his last minute, right? He's going down to his last minute because he's not sure what he's doing. He does not know what he's doing, and he goes king d3. Now, I think on rook g3 check, the intention might be to bring the king under, because now your king's in good position to win with the e-pawn. And if they take, then maybe you can now play g5 and your king's in good position to support these pawns. Their king's locked out. That might be the idea. King d3, rook check, king e2. It might be brilliant, but he's not cruising. He's not in easy control. He's down to a minute on the clock. He does not know exactly what he's doing. I mean, if you wanted to play e3, king e3, g5, you might as well just play g5, right? King e4, and then you get an extra move. Could be h4, could be g4. This is slightly pissant, though. I don't know. My rook f8 plan, I did not see any obstacle to. Let me just say. This was my line. e3. Rook e1, king d3 winning. King g3, rook f8 winning. here, here. My king's still in range of my pawn at all times. You know, b7, I just come like this. You ever play b8? I take. I don't, that was like you take your hands off the wheel. And that's part of why I'm not confident that he's winning, because he's just not playing any of the moves that I would play. After rook check, he goes to e2, check, and he goes back, repeating. Because if he goes to f1, there's rook g6, and his king's not there for e3. So now he repeats. He doesn't know what he's doing. Silman says that's winning. Well, some two connected passers are winning. It depends where the pieces are. None of it's that simple, and in Silman's book, it's not that simple either. You know. Oh man. Man, if he can't convert this endgame, it's pretty unfortunate. He's going to get repeated here by rook g3. And I don't know what he wants to do about it. King e2. He repeats a second time. On rook g2, what's he planning to do? He's going to go to f1. Oh my god. I was just calculating this. And then rook g6, I was calculating h4. But actually, I thought even here, here, here. I think white's close enough to draw probably this endgame here easily, right? So I think he's blown it. I think he's literally blown it. I cannot... Merci. Oui, chérie. Hey, Pops, doucement. Désolé.
Papa likes that. Papa likes that, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go in it. Is that okay, Papa, go in it? Dad, you have no fear, Dad.
Right, so yellow, you're saying here, 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 rook here. So you cut the king off from advancing this way at least.
You have no fear,
But
Dad.
then how do you make progress?
Dad, what's that? What's this, Dad?
C'est un vide sac, mais il y avait des noix dedans avant.
Oh. Papa's eating. Look. Ew.
Elle mange elle-même.
Yeah.
Elle mange les couvertures.
No, it's him thing there. Dad.
Oui. Even this.
I'm really hungry, Dad.
Ah oui, t'as très faim?
Just
Hard to imagine getting the king out of here, right? No, she doesn't, Chess Lover.
Daddy.
Rook here played.
I'm hungry, Dad.
Ouais, j'ai compris. Now the king's gonna take this. I think you don't want to let this e-pawn go if you're white. I'm gonna be shocked if like the 100 different wins I saw for Danchenko were all wrong. Or actually, if even more than one of them was wrong. don't think this endgame was that hard. Though obviously I lost some confidence as he never played any of my moves.
Dad,
Oui.
it's only a thing from the robot.
Ouais, il reste très peu de pièces, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah.
On va voir les autres. L'autre partie ici. Ici, il y a un fou contre un cheval. Advances it. Oh, because if black ever takes, they lose the king and pawn ending.
Him is in the corner. Why are you doing
King
that?
g6, knight f4. Bishop d2 is an interesting candidate move here as well. But I guess he thought on knight e7 he would still have to play bishop b4 and then it would just come back, huh? So he covers the square with g3, knight e7, king f6. Here if you go bishop b4, there's knight f5.
Hey, two waters for you. Two waters that for you.
And it looks like he's got this one, the way he does. If the knight moves anywhere, there's going to be check and check. Now if king takes, he queens with this. Yeah. All right, so Wei Yi, another favorite, does make it through.
I wanna listen to songs after the
Socks?
no. I want to listen from the music yesterday.
La musique, hein?
Yesterday.
D'accord.
I wanna listen.
Oh, un peu de la musique qu'on avait écoutée hier. On avait de la bonne musique, hein?
Yeah, now I want to do it again.
Oh, je comprends. She was listening to Jid's Tiny Desk. I think that's what she wants to listen to. So Wei Yi goes through. For those of you keeping tally by country, that means the U.S. lost 2 of their 3 players today, Aronian and Sevian, and down to Shanklin in tie breaks tomorrow. Check given.
It's only tiny.
That move looks bad, by the way.
That's tiny.
I'm not at their level, but it looks bad. Rook g3 seems possible as far as bridge building goes.
When you're done on that one, you do that one.
But I think he's maybe thinking he doesn't want to commit to that when this can come so soon. So he might instead hide his king at e2 for a moment and then play h3 and then keep going. La souris est à moi aujourd'hui, désolé. The difference between 2650 and 2750 is lots of things.
This
RBI.
is a lot
Lots of things.
plates.
Huge differences in many
This is a
areas of the game.
whole book. This is a whole book, Dad.
What?
That's for you, Dad.
Je l'ai déjà lu, oui.
You read all these books.
Oui, j'ai lu ces livres-là.
What's this pouch?
Ça?
Yeah.
Ça s'appelle le manteau du livre.
Oh.
Ça protège le livre et tu vois, c'est comme tu peux l'enlever si tu veux,
Oh.
mais ça recouvre le livre pour le protéger un peu et en plus on met des beaux dessins dessus souvent.
Oh.
Ouais.
Okay.
Ok, merci, je peux remettre.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Ouais, on va aller manger en quelques minutes, ok? Okay, king e2, I guessed the intention correctly, but this is still gonna
It's
mess up your
very
king
dark,
laterally. So we go here, 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 here.
You're not
Rook b4
sleeping?
played, pushing the king back.
You want to not sleep?
Mhm.
Okay. Only
No
know.
clue why that was done.
When you're done, you just wake up.
So, I mean, I can't predict any of his moves, Mr. Pizza, so it's hard for me to give you any sense of what's going on.
Pizza.
Oui, il y a quelqu'un qui s'appelle Monsieur Pizza. Oh man, your name's a hit. But something like this. This move might be clever. Then you could shelter the king this way.
Whoa.
And against this,
Are
we're
you
going to keep
okay
going
now?
like, oui, je suis okay.
I just
The idea is to escape the checks over here, hold that king off, and keep going.
Look at that. That is the in here.
Oh oui. Et t'en as beaucoup là derrière toi aussi. Et dans le panier, et par terre, et dans le lit. T'as juste des tas et des tas de peluche, toi. They may have each blown it back and forth a few times. I don't know. I'm not wanting to be negative or arrogant about my own rook and pawn endings. But weird.
I'm gonna be in here and be stuck.
So king f5, h3 gets back behind it. Well, that looks like a simple draw. Rook here, king here. Done. Abject fail for Alexander Donchenko. So close. So close. Okay, je peux le fermer.
Only this piece of away from me. Good. We're stuck in here.
All right, so this game ends in a draw. King g4. He doesn't even need to think anymore. And we're going to put the score in officially here. 1-1. We have 4 decided matches and 4 tie breaks for tomorrow. So king f2. Wow, he's playing to bare kings. Huge miss by Donchenko. Probably 10 huge misses in one game. Yeah, good night, foos. Enjoy that sleep. And we're going to computer check one of the 10 million wins that I found to see if it was a win. 10 just became 10 million, but, you know, it was somewhere around 10 to 12 wins. So I would not let the white king into the game. So here, here, here. And now I want to play e3. Computer says e3 minus a million. Yeah, b6, e2, b7, rook f8. That was all my line. King somewhere, king here. And yeah, just anything. Okay, so there's one. Okay, so rook b1, rook here, which is not yet blowing it. You can still go e3, e2, still the best move. He plays here for some weird reason, letting the king into the game. And now we get here. Now it's very hard to win from here. I was thinking maybe g5, king e4, and then I'd looked at h4, but then rook c1. Yeah, correct. Rook c1 saves the game for white. King f3. I got that one. So g5, very, very hard to still try to win. You have to play king C3 maybe, trying to come under the king. And very, very important here, H4 is generally going to mess it up to King F3. Somebody said, Silman said 2 connected pass pawns are winning, but it depends on the situation, right? So here, King F3 is going to hold. You have to play G4. And it's very, very hard to make progress here still.
Dad, I want to pick.
Yeah. King D3, here, 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 here. There's still one last chance.
Hey, Dad, I want that big goose. I want that big.
Rook G3 is winning.
I want that big goose.
Goes the wrong way.
I want that big
Yeah.
goose.
He's got to eventually block on G3 here.
I want that goose.
Rook somewhere. Okay.
The big goose.
Whoops.
No. This. I said that.
Okay. Whoops. This way.
Goose.
And here there's one winning move, Rook F3. Nice. If they check you here, you block. And if they check you here, you shelter. And then when they run away, over here you can push now. So even this ending was just barely winning. Terrible. My review on that is going to be that it was terrible. We're also going to go look at another one. Okay, that was all very easy, but we're going to go check our king and pawn ending from here. Top move F4, as we said. Rook takes C4, F3, correct? Rook G4, H G4, king somewhere, king D5, correct? Rook F4, giving us top defense, but takes, and what about H4? Yep, H4! No, we got everything right. Everything right. Jeez Louise. I'm sorry for anyone offended by turning on the engine for a second, but I wanted to double check some of my work. And he played, it's one thing for the Grandmaster to play one move differently than me, but for him to play like 15 moves differently than me, like at some point I was just wondering, am I completely crazy? That was terrible. Terrible. Also because he spent like all this time. He had so much time on the clock. Ah, il a joué vraiment mal, mon amour. Vraiment mal. Bah, soi-disant, ces joueurs-là jouent pour le championnat du monde et jouent pire que ton papa, en fait, dans cette finale-là. C'est vraiment mal.
Your papa is tired.
Moi, je suis fatigué, t'as raison.
Wow.
Ça va?
I'm good.
C'est good? Ok.
I'm trying to do this.
Ok. Ah oui, je vois, c'est bien. T'as une bonne position là. Et tu as aussi ta classe de gymnastique ce matin, tu sais? Accroche-ça!
No.
Non?
I don't want to say that.
Tu n'aimes pas quand je dis ça? Sam M. Pate says this positions could make it into some chess endgame books one day. That would be terrible.
Wow. Why you said top?
Move 49.
Again.
King D5.
Why you said capable again?
King D5. Not only did the guy have a chance to repeat or change his defense, but he blundered B5, huh?
Dad,
That's funny. Very trapped rook. Oui,
what's
chérie?
this?
C'est un bout de poubelle.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, Dad.
What?
It's not for me to eat.
Honestly, that's another terrible blunder on its own, I gotta say.
It's not for me.
I mean, he thinks like 12 moves in like 12 minutes and just tries to repeat. And not only does it give his opponent a chance to try a different defense, but it literally just blunders the b-pawn queening, which is the one point of the rook cutting off the king, which itself was the wrong defense, right? Because let's just say, like right here, rook a5 is a better defense than rook on the c file. Apparently it's still losing, but black has to play this and come back across. Like I said, he would have to come across to try and keep playing this. Now here, 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 your king's close enough. Oh, sorry. Wow, you have to do this to come here. Okay. Yeah, it was tricky here. So like all of these moves are wrong. Amazing. But yeah, I mean, this is a bad defense, but the only point of it is this. And so for him to play king d5 right into b5, it's like a pretty bad blunder. Liam drew Dark Mine. I mean, miracle draw. Miracle draw. Very badly played endgame. So badly played that I questioned my sanity. I hate to be negative on the players. I think those of you who've watched multiple of our streams know that we spend more of our time praising and appreciating them. So we don't try to be negative here. We know that it's harder to be in the chair sweating and playing your heart out with, you know, fatigue and effort and the strength of your opponent across the board from you, intimidating you and all that. We know what it's like to play. We try to give them a lot of praise, but, you know, every now and then people play much worse than normal, and this was not their endgame for either of them, honestly. Liam or Donchenko. No. Crazy how that one played out. Made me question my sanity. But I guess it was them who finally lost their sanity under pressure. So we're gonna stop here. We got 4 tie breaks for you tomorrow. Jesse's gonna be watching Dubov against Shankland.